disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. Just, I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
We just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You're happy because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. You're happy because you got nothing. Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Well. Welcome everybody to another BD Boxing podcast, broadcasting to you live from the true north. The host, your good friend Mr. BDA, and I sure am glad that everybody could be on board for this one, fellas. In this episode, we've got a fantastic one for you. We promised you a pound for pound show, and thus we deliver with a pound for pound show. So this is going to be a call-in show where you guys get to call in and give us your pound for pound list. We're also going to be conferring with the panel to try to establish who is numero uno, pound for pound, number one in the sport of boxing. This past week, a rare week in which we had two major fights which causing a lot of controversy in regards to who is pound for pound the best fighter in the world. So we're going to be getting down to that. Again, the phone lines are already open. Let me just post the number right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. You guys get to call in, give us your opinion. Don't forget to hit the like. Let's get the business out of the way. Hit the like. Don't forget to subscribe if you've yet to do so already. If you want to donate a couple of shekels our way, you're certainly welcome to do so with the super chat feature. Although it's always better if you join the membership program. That way you get more bang for your buck. But the most important thing is that you continue to like, subscribe, spread that BDA gospel, all right? And don't forget, you can check us out on Spotify, iTunes, and Spreaker at your leisure. Let's give a big shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm talking about Eddie. Shout out to SSC in the house as well. Sean Anthony in there with the GOAT status right there. Shout out to Sean Anthony. Super Sardonic. Pete G. Golden King Toys. The Quags in the house as well. Shout out to the Quags. Shout out to Blue Collar Sport TV, a.k.a. Del Boy. Shout out to him. And shout out to his channel too, Disturbed Reality. I've been seeing some things there on the forums. Some disturbing videos. I didn't want to click on them because, you know me, my delicate disposition disallows me or prevents me from watching such videos. But I said, you know what? This might be some good fuel for Blue Collar Sports TV, a.k.a. Delbo. Shout out to him. Shout out to Wisconsin with an XY in the beginning. All right. Shout out to Ralph Unreal, Team Batman Boxing. Rapac Strong Company in the house says, listo pa los chingazos. Earl Stevens, Eric Rosas, Lalo Soto, 13 Gaming. Shout out to him for dropping by. Never Sobers in the house as well. How many more people to come? I'm sure, fellas. Thank you for joining us. All right. I see, like I said, this is a pound for pound show. The phone lines are already open. So if you guys want to call in and give us your pound for pound list, because there's a big debate. Inoue or Crawford? And then on top of that, we do have other fighters that could get close to number 2 or number 3, or I mean, it just depends. It's all interchangeable. So I've got the list here. And so every time you call in, you give us your top 10 pound for pound list and try to make some good arguments. Try to make as best arguments as possible. Really put some thought into it so we can get down to something here. All right. What else was I going to say? I see we got Jimmy and the Chief here. Jimmy, Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good, good, fantastic. All right, well, listen, we promised the people a call-in show where we were going to be doing pound for pound lists, and so that's what we're going to be doing here. Before we get to the phone calls, we got a couple of things we got to get out of the way. Number one, bad news or good news, depending on how you're seeing this. This Saturday is slim pickings compared to the fantastic week we just had of boxing. And when I say slim pickings, I'm really talking about slim pickings here. Pay-per-view, Jake Paul taking on Nate Diaz. That's a gimmick fight right there. Nevertheless, I have been entertained in the past by Jake Paul fights, so I'm considering purchasing it. And normally, I would not if there is boxing in any other traditional channel or network, such as Showtime, DAZN, and there is, supposedly there was. Lara versus Danny Garcia. Now Danny Garcia posted a tweet, and I hope it's real, because otherwise I've been bamboozled, but he says that the fight might not take place this Saturday. So guys, have you heard anything about this?
Yes, I heard it, Sam. It's not going off Saturday. Ooh, watch out. Hold on. Sorry.
That's Jimmy. Jimmy's got a new dog, by the way, in case nobody ever... you don't mind me saying that on the air, do you, Jimmy? He's got a bunch
What's that,
of dogs.
brother? No, I don't mind you saying that.
Okay.
I almost just shut the door on his freaking head, so sorry about that, guys. But yes, I heard the fight's not going off Saturday.
Yeah, Jimmy told me we can talk about the dogs, but he told me absolutely do not mention the pig farm I have where, he assists... local, what do you call them? You don't call them gangs, you call them a local club. And, whenever they need to get rid of some bones or something, you just feed them to the pigs, and there it is. So, shout out to Jimmy, doing everything he can out there to help. He's an animal lover. What do you want from me? We got Gonzalo jumping in here as well. Gonzalo, shout out to you, man. Listen, this is the Pound for Pound show, so let's get right down to it. I see we already have somebody on the line. What I wanted to do was to get to one of your pound for pound lists first. But let me just take these two phone calls, and then we'll see whichever one of you guys want to do a pound for pound list first, Jimmy or Gonzalo. Let's go to the phone calls here. The phone number is in the left-hand portion of your screen. King Butcher says, BD, why isn't the fight happening? I don't know, man. He didn't say. I can only assume that it's probably because they don't want to go up head-to-head against Jake Paul. Even if that fight's on pay-per-view and the Lara Garcia fight's on Showtime. So we shall see, man. But I don't know. I don't know if they're going to divulge the reason. Let's go to the phone lines here. Let's go to 419. 419, you're on the air. 419, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up, y'all? It's Raphael 32 calling out of Toledo, Ohio.
Oh, Raphael, what's up, man?
What's up, y'all? Jimmy, Gonzalo, BDA.
What's up?
BDA, I just want to say thank you for thank you, what do you call him? Dr. 805?
Oh boy, yeah.
Okay, thank you for having him on. That was the best intellectual conversation and meaningful about boxing that I've heard, since really listening to podcast, and that guy was right on. And he said he's not a neurologist. People have to be careful because now, like a lot of podcasts, they're biting off of you and they're taking your material and they're playing it on there. I heard it live on Sunday, like the rest of you four gentlemen, and they're saying Earl Spence is done. It's nothing official about that. This gentleman was giving his own particular opinion, which I think was spot on. So thank you for that. Now, I'm very disappointed that the Danny Garcia and Arislani Laura fight is not happening because I was looking so much forward to that fight. I felt that fight was a 50-50 fight, but I had Laura winning, KOing Danny in 11. I wonder who pulled out of that fight. Was it Laura or Garcia? Now, onto the pound for pound.
Real quick. I don't think it's an issue of anybody dropping out. From what I understand, it's not an issue of anybody dropping out. I think it's just they're going to reschedule it, I think, as early as next week, maybe. That's what Jimmy, that's what I gathered from the tweet, right? Or what did you hear about that? I don't know if Jimmy's there.
I heard, all I heard was Watching Montero catching the last of his show, and he said it just came across with no information, but it came across his feed that he goes, bad news there. Looks like the Danny Garcia Lara fight will be postponed.
But shouldn't that be good news, by the way?
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's no sweat off my dick. Fucking believe me. I mean, it wasn't like I was going to be watching anyways. Was it supposed to be a pay-per-view?
No. It was Showtime.
It couldn't be. Yeah, no.
No,
I mean, just,
Showtime.
Come on. Yeah, I mean, unless I had,
But the only thing about that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'll just make it real quick. I was going to say, listen, that kid hasn't done anything since he left 140, and I was going to skip right past 154 to 160. I think it's just too big, and I agree with you. That'd probably be the one time he could get stopped because he's never fought anybody as big as Lara. Lara can hit hard when he wants to. He just doesn't usually. So I wouldn't have been surprised if he did stop Danny if that fight did take place. I'll let you go.
Yes, preach. Very, very agree totally. The only thing I don't like about that, you got Navarrete and Valdez fighting next week, and I wanted like boom Showtime, and then you got the Navarrete versus Valdez fight, which I have Navarrete winning. I don't have a round yet. I'll get closer to fight time to figure out when Navarrete will knock Valdez out, or if it goes the distance. But to my pound for pound, as I explained to Sunday, I have Crawford, Inoue, and Usyk. I'm not mad if anybody, if you or Gonzalo or BDA has either one of those three as number one. Those are the top three fighters in boxing, in my opinion.
So just remind me,
if a Canelo fanboy.
Hey, Raphael,
go
I
ahead.
missed it. First of all, we got 10 spots here on the screen, but if you don't want to go 10, because maybe that's too much for some people, maybe, like you said, just the top three. So just remind me, who did you say? Number one?
I said number one is Crawford, number two is Inoue, and number three is Usyk. And I'll do five. I'll go number four. Fuck it, yeah, Canelo, and then number five, I will go Charlo because they're about to fight. Some people don't see him as pound for pound, but they're like me. Well, he has a pound for pound. He has a 40% chance. I believe Charlo has a 40% chance, but I got Canelo winning. But I would have to really scope because they had. I looked at the ring early this morning, and they had what's my man's name, Teofimo Lopez in there, and I feel he shouldn't be in there after just off that one win over Taylor. They have him ranked very low, so I'm like straddling the fence on that. But I would like to see Navarrete in there over what's his name, Teofimo Lopez. So those are my top. That's why.
So just to remind
I just
people
do the three because after that it gets kind of tricky.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I think 5 is the magic number here. So you got Crawford number 1, Inoue number 2, Usyk number 3, Canelo number 4, and Charlo number 5. Now I got 2 questions for you. First of all, with the number 3 spot, Usyk. According to both Ring Magazine and ESPN, they both have Usyk number 3. No, excuse me. Yeah, Ring Magazine has him 3, and ESPN, they have him number 3 as well. So he's got the Dubois fight coming up, and I give Usyk credit because he's fighting a bit larger guy, much bigger guy in Dubois. But is Usyk at risk of losing his number 3 spot depending on what happens with Canelo Charlo?
I would say not for me, but yes, I could see if he go, and I'll say this too. If he goes in there and just blasts out Charlo, just whoops Charlo's ass. If he gives to me, he didn't give Caleb Plant that much of a beating. But let's say he knocks Charlo fights good, but gets knocked out. I would give Canelo the number 3 spot. I would because he's done a lot in boxing. Just for that.
Interesting. All right. That's it. It's getting tricky here. It's getting tricky, but you did indeed go with Inoue Crawford number 1 and Inoue number 2, and that's the big point of contention we're going to be seeing, I believe, during this episode. All right, well, Rayfield, man, anything else you want to say?
And can I say one? Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
The Navarrete Valdez fight is tricky too, because Navarrete is a 3-division world champion. So if he beats Valdez, he needs to go into that pound for pound. In my opinion.
Yeah, man. I mean, I guess you got a point there, man. All right, we'll try to work this out more as the episode goes along. But
okay, thank you, y'all. Gonzalo, Jimmy, and BBA. I'm gonna be still listening to the show. I'm working now. Y'all have a great week, and I'll be in touch with y'all through the rest of the week on Sunday. I just hope that damn Laura. I'm not gonna watch no damn Jake Paul fight. Get the hell out of here. All right, y'all. I'm gone.
All right, take it easy out there, Rayfield.
Peace.
All right, let's get back to the panel here. Before we get to more phone calls, yes, who wants to,
Well, I'll give you my list. I'm only going to do 5. I'm got a wicked echo, sorry. See, it's tricky for me. Honestly, I would have, like I said, it was no question, and no matter what Crawford did, I was going to keep Inoue. But it's so hard because he was so dominant. But was it because of his skill, or was it because of the decline of Errol Spence?
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of a thing. I kind of almost need to see him fight again. Is he that dominant, or was Spence just that shot? It's kind of a tricky thing. I know that's not the case with Inoue. He's in his prime. He's 30 years old, and he's only gotten better every time he fights, including when he fights, which in Fulton was his best competition. Nobody's going to say Fulton shot or anything like that. So it's kind of tricky. So I'm going to stick with my guns. I don't want to be. So I'm going to say right now, as it stands, but it's bleep here. You know what I mean? Difference.
Hey,
like
Jimmy.
1B.
What happens if Dr. 805 calls in and tells us Stephen Fulton was on crack? Wouldn't that change your?
Well, then I'll have to reevaluate, because he is the end all say all.
All right, now,
that's what it seems like, anyways, with that viralness. But no, we'll get into that later. But no, so I would say 1A, 1-2. Either way, I wouldn't argue in any way if you had Crawford first. But I'll say anyway, Crawford a close second, and then Usyk, and then I'm going to go Canelo. And then Beterbiev, number 5.
All right, you got to give me, guys, give me time to write them down. So you said Inoue, number 1, Crawford, number 2.
Inoue.
3, Usyk.
Crawford, number 2. Usyk, number 3. Canelo, number 4. And Beterbiev, number 5.
Whoa, okay, there you go. Beterbiev getting a shout out there. Okay, so let's just keep this up on the screen here for a little bit. That's Jimmy's list here from the panel. And he says Inoue, number 1. Crawford, number 2. Usyk number 3, Canelo number 4, and Beterbiev number 5. It's a solid list right there. I wouldn't disagree with anything there. All right. Before we continue here with the panel, and by the way, guys, on the Discord here on the panel, keep in mind if you want to say something to the callers, there's a delay, so try not to jump in too quickly or whatever, or find a little pause there. Be mindful of that. I don't know if it's going to work out, but hopefully it will. Because there is a delay between the callers and the Discord. All right, let's go to another phone call here. Don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. And shout out to Raider Reaper for his contribution to the Super Chat. He says his list is Bivol number 1. Whoa! He's going with Bivol number 1. Number 2, Crawford. Canelo number 3. Inoue number 4. Behind Canelo, wow. Usyk number 5. And he says Charlo number 6. All right, guys, before we get that back to the phone calls, what do you think about this list?
Now, could you repeat that? Because I don't think I heard that correctly.
Well, I'm putting it on the screen here, Jamie. I'm sharing the screen with you guys, so you should be able to see it. It says, Bivol. This is from Raider Reaper. And he's got some demonic-looking thing there in the avatar, which I'm not too fond of. He says, Bivol number 1, Crawford number 2, Canelo number 3, Inoue number 4, Usyk number 5, Charlo. I don't think he meant Charlo. I think he meant Charlo. Charlo number 6. What say ye?
Well, Bivol, he's undefeated. He's got like 10 title defenses, and he hardly ever loses a round. So if somebody's got him, those are pretty solid reasons. I don't, but it's subjective. So yeah.
Inoue number 4.
That's what
come
he
on.
says. Yeah.
By the way, BDA, just so that you know, I know we're talking about like fighters being damaged goods going into a fight, and maybe that plays into consideration in our pound for pound list. So Jimmy, I just got a text message from 100% X. It's like a weird number. He said that Stephen Fulton was drugged. He's got proof.
He's got proof.
No, I'm sure he does.
That might change your opinion. He believes that he was drugged going into the fight.
I can see that.
Why?
No
kidding.
I mean, I don't know, man. I would like to hear
I'm
more
just
from
saying, Jimmy, it's something to take into consideration. I mean, if 100% X said it, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good source.
You know, what happened to 100% X, by the way?
I heard rumors that I don't care to repeat online, but I just know that he's on the run. That's all I know.
All right.
And I don't know if it's safe for him to be texting me. I don't want to get involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're saying his connection or his
he could
location.
be setting me up. You know, he never liked me.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely correct right there. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here. Let's see. Again, this is a pound for pound show. Give us your pound for pound list with all the comings and goings here. This past week has really shaken up boxing, and there's a big debate about who's number one. And then on top of it, you got Charlo, Canelo coming up in about a month or more than a month, and that could shake up the list a little bit too, depending on how people formulate their arguments. So let's go back to the phone calls here. Let's go to, come on, 336. You're on the air. 336. What's on your mind?
Yo, what's up, guys? So it's the Fire Fist. I'm gonna give you guys my top 10 here in a second, but I just needed to make it clear that when I run my pound for pound list, they move all the fucking time whenever these guys are fighting. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be weird when you guys hear how far back I have Canelo. But I'm saying right now Canelo is the most accomplished fighter in my opinion, still in the sport. So I'm gonna go ahead and run it. I got Inoue 1.
Well, hold on. Give me and do it slowly. Hey, Firefist, you gotta do it slowly because I gotta type them. And actually, let's start from the bottom up.
Let me know.
Let's start from the bottom up. The way I copulate.
So from 10
the
to
bottom
1?
up. Number 5. Go with number 5. Yeah.
Okay. So wait. I'm gonna go through 10. You said start at 10, right? Just making sure.
If you want to go to 10, yeah. I'm just giving people the option that some people don't want to go 10. So yeah. All right, number 10.
Yeah. I'm gonna do 10. So at 10, I got Bivol or Estrada. And you can make a case for either guy. My problem with Bivol is, as of now, he just hasn't been active this year. And you got a guy like Beterbiev, who I have higher on my list, and you guys will see soon. He just knocked out Anthony Yard, who was ring rated number 3 when he stopped him, and he's fighting Callum Smith in like 2 or 3 weeks, who's ring rated number 3. He stopped everyone he's fought. His last 16 fights, his opponents have had a 92% win ratio. So that's why I got Beterbiev over Bivol. Bivol just needs to get active. Estrada had a really, really close fight with Chocolatito, who's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So for my liking, I guess I'm going to go with Estrada. I'll stick to my guns and say Estrada for 10.
All right.
And at number 9, I have Vaquero. I got Navarrete at number 9. And I might be jumping the gun too soon because he needs to beat Valdez to really solidify this spot. But he's a 3-weight world champion. He's 11-0 in world title fights. He's the only guy to ever have stopped Isaac Dogbe, and that's back when Isaac Dogbe was looking like a world beater, and that was very, very impressive. At number 8, I got Teofimo Lopez for beating the best lightweight in his generation in Lomachenko and the best junior welterweight of his generation in Josh Taylor. I know he's had like that really bad loss to Kambosos that looks really shit, and he had a close fight with Sandor Martin that I thought he won. But just the fact that he's a two-time lineal, 2-weight world champion, and a 2-time Ring Magazine champion matters. So I got Teo at 8. Beterbiev, or at number 7, I got Beterbiev. You know, he's 19-0 or 20-0 with all knockouts. He's like 8 or I think he's like 9-0 with 9 KOs in world title fights or something like that. 8-0 with 8 KOs in world title fights. He stopped everyone he's fought. He beat Bostic back, and I picked Bostic to beat Beterbiev years ago when this fight happened. And, he stopped him, and that was very, very impressive because Vostok was a lineal champion. So Beterbiev is still the Ring Magazine, well, he's not the Ring Magazine, but he's still the lineal unified light heavyweight champion of the world. So I got Beterbiev at 7. Number 6, I have Canelo Alvarez. And the only reason why I have Canelo Alvarez this far back is it's not that I think he's necessarily declining. It's just in his losses, his first loss to Triple G, to Bivol, and Floyd. I'm not going to give him too much shit for Floyd because of how young he was. but they weren't competitive. And obviously he avenged the Gennady Golovkin loss in a very, very tight fight. I thought Triple G edged it, but it wasn't a robbery at all. And he's done a lot of things at 168 and cleared it out. He beat Daniel Jacobs at 60. So I got him at 6. I got Ioka at 5 for avenging what a lot of people believe to be a robbery decision against Joshua Franco, who was actually just retired, and he beat Joshua Franco, who came in 7 pounds overweight, and he was rated in the top 5 of the Superfly division, which I still believe is the best sport or the best division in boxing. Loma, I have number 4 because he beat Devin Haney, who was effectively 160 pounds when he fought him. And that's a big thing when comparing him to Canelo. Canelo fought a guy much bigger than him and got dominated, and Loma beat a guy much bigger than him and got robbed. And he's on paper, he's 13-3 in world title fights. He should be 14-2. The Salido fight was very, very close. I had it 7-5 or for either guy or a draw. So that wasn't a robbery. It was his first fight, and he lost a razor close decision to Teofimo Lopez where he started too late. But also Loma came off a 16-month layoff before that fight. So it's just like he wasn't as sharp because of COVID. And Teofimo Lopez ran away from that rematch, and that's an objective fact. He took less money to get whooped by George Kambosos. So I got Loma at 4. I got Usyk at 3. He's arguably the best cruiserweight ever. And if not, it's him or Evander Holyfield. He beat Anthony Joshua to be the unified champ, and Fury's openly, avoiding him. It's not his fault, because if he beats a guy like Fury, he's probably number 1 pound for pound, really, because he'd be that point a consensus top 7-8 fighter at heavyweight during the Muhammad Ali era forward. So in the last 60 years, he'd probably sit somewhere in the top 8, top 9, top 10 heavyweights, which that matters. I got Terence Crawford at number 2, and that's only kind of because of the eye test, which I don't like to use too much because he hasn't really beaten a Hall of Famer. Maybe Ricky Burns was a Hall of Famer, but Ricky Burns was a 3-weight world champion, but his world title record's a bit inflated. It's 9-2-1, but it's not against the best competition, and he has losses against guys like Omar Figueroa Jr. and Anthony Corolla. And Loma, we all know what Loma did to Corolla, but he is still undefeated. He's a 3-weight world champion, 2-weight undisputed champion, but his resume still lacks a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. Like, if you have Spence on the Hall of Fame, then Gary Russell's in the Hall of Fame, and, Loma's got better wins than Gary Russell Jr., So I'll have Crawford at 2 for now because he's undefeated. And then number 1 is Inoue because he beat a non-shot fighter in Fulton. And both of those fighters, Crawford and Inoue, carried their opponents. He's a 4-weight world champ. He's unified now at 22. And his Hall of Fame wins are Donaire, Narvaez, and maybe Jamie McDonald might make that list because he was on a 10-year unbeaten streak. But that's the thing. So I want to talk about the rings list for a second because I got all these Black American fighters like Tank Davis and Errol Spence that shouldn't be on there. But, in a way, he should be number 1 in my opinion because he resurrected black culture. Whenever he stopped Stephen Fulton, he resurrected a black icon because, that nigga was doing the George Floyd challenge when he died. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Ah, I can't breathe. There's a lot of fentanyl loaded in his gloves.
I was going to mention.
I noticed in his gloves.
I noticed the lack of Devin Haney and Jermell Charlo on your list. Now, the counter argument to that is going.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, the counter argument to that is going to be that they are undisputed champions, and which, by the way, for people that don't know,
I look at for my criteria is who won based on what the general public sees. I know that Devin Haney kind of has to be in that top 10 because he's the Ring Magazine champ, but he lost the fight, and the Ring Magazine could have him off the list. They wouldn't put him on there. Jermell Charlo was undisputed, and he's somewhere in that 11, 12, 13 spot. The problem is he's 1-1 against Castaño and Tony Harrison, and he hasn't fought in 16 months. He's been inactive. So, no, he's not a pound-for-pound fighter. And, if Canelo goes in there and starches this guy, he can be number 3 or 4 back on my pound-for-pound list because I'm expecting Canelo to do that. But I'm not going to say Canelo beat a pound-for-pound fighter, just like I said Terence Crawford didn't beat a pound-for-pound fighter because I never had Spence on my pound-for-pound list.
All right. Well, listen, that's a lot of information right there. That's a lot of information right there you're giving us. This is what's required when you guys call in and give us your pound for pound list. We want to hear you guys make the best argument possible for your pound for pound list. So just to recap, this is Fire Fist's pound for pound list. It's got Inoue number 1, Crawford number 2, Usyk number 3, Loma 4, Ioka number 5, Canelo 6, Beterbiev 7, Teofimo Lopez 8, Navarrete number 9. And he said he was torn between Estrada and Bivol, number 10, but then he pulled the trigger on Estrada. All right, well, listen, Fire Fist, we do got to move on here to other calls because we want to take other pound for pound lists, but anything else you want to say?
Here, can I add one thing, though, BDA? Why don't you guys, let's get the panel and chat to start rating everybody's pound for pound list so we can add a little bit to the show, because so we can kind of see how everyone else feels about it.
He's editing the show now.
Opinion on that, so
Fire Fist is producing the show now. All right, thank you, Thank you for your call, Fire Fist, and we'll catch you next, all right, man?
Sorry, I got deaf. All right, CML models, going away. Fuck.
All right. All right, don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like, really helps out. Let me read a super chat here that we missed too, I believe. Raider Reaper, who gave us his pound for pound list, which, by the way, let's just look at his pound for pound list. He said Bivol number 1, Crawford number 2, Canelo 3, Inoue 4, Usyk 5, Charlo number 6. And then he said, nobody on earth is beating Bivol's rhythm, size, and speed. I have a hard time seeing anybody between super middleweight and even Cruz. Well, actually, on Amada P, I might give him a good fight. But yeah, it's hard for me to see somebody comprehensively beating Bivol because of those attributes. That being said, his resume might pale in comparison to some of the other guys we're going to be, like Inoue and Crawford. So we'll see what's up with that. Shout out to History LT for his contribution with the super chat. He says, after Canelo beats Charlo, no more PBC guys on pound for pound. Well, remains to be seen. We have to wait till September the 30th to see that. All right, let's go back to the panel here before we go into another phone call. And again, we're taking your pound for pound list, fellas. So call in, let us know, guys. What did you make of Fire Fist's list? He's got Ioka number 5. That's a boxing hipster fighter right there. Most people overlook Ioka. What do you guys think about this list?
It's not a bad list. His thing about Bud, and again, I'm with Jimmy, but I'm refusing to budge from the 1A, 1B. They're tied for first place between him and Inoue. But he said he didn't beat the pound for pound fighter. I don't argue that. But he says he doesn't have any Hall of Famers on his resume. Neither does Donald Curry or Buddy McGurtin. They're both in the Hall of Fame. And they've done less than what Bud's done. So by that criteria, there's a few holes in there that I could bait with him on that. On that being the reason to not put him at number 1. He beat the second best welterweight, regardless of what a shell of he was or anything else. He went in there and he did what he was supposed to. He shipped him out almost on a stretcher. So that's the strong argument that maybe he does need to be number 1. However, Jimmy and I both said we weren't budging from Inoue being number 1 for beating Fulton. We said that prior to this. We said it prior to that week. So Inoue being number 1, these guys putting Inoue so low, and everyone's high on this Bivol. I mean, Bivol's a good fighter, don't get me wrong, but we wouldn't be talking about him this high on the list if he didn't beat an overweight Canelo who couldn't hang with a natural light heavyweight. Would we even be saying this? We wouldn't even be putting him here. One win. There's a record of a bunch of wins of Joe Smiths and guys like that. Light heavyweight division has not been stacked with ultra talented, names that everyone's going, oh wow, look at that win. It's because a natural 147 guy moved all the way up to light heavyweight, bit off more than he could chew, and everyone's putting him number 1 for one reason. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it.
May I introduce what you think about this?
Go ahead.
In terms of Bivol, you're saying, the Joe Smith and all that. Do you give them, or would you be willing to give him some extra points based on how he's beating these solid contenders? Because he's barely losing any rounds.
Yeah, because I'll keep him in my top 10, but putting him number 1, all because, well, let's face one other thing. This is maybe he was the beginning of, but we're also witnessing the decline of Canelo. He was not impressive in his last fight. He did not look good against a 40-year-old Triple G, and then he lost that fight. Now, this isn't to try and say that Canelo doesn't need to be on the list. This is more about the reflection of Bivol. So Bivol was the beginning of what is an obvious, maybe a slow, gradual decline, but still a decline in Canelo. Remember, a year and a half ago, he was knocking out everybody at 168. Everyone think he was unbeatable, and he was clearly undisputed number 1 because he's the first undisputed in that weight class. Now he moves up again, all the momentum behind him, and 9-2 was probably the best he did. Some people said 7-5, but some people said it was a shutout. Some people said it was close. Either way you look at it, it was a solid, decisive loss to a naturally bigger man. No disrespect to Canelo on that. But that's all Bivol's really done to separate himself from anything else from 168 to cruiserweight is Canelo. That's it.
All right.
Anything else would still be questioning who's better between him and Beterbiev. And most people would probably be putting Beterbiev higher because he has more belts and he's got all the knockouts and he's got all these things going towards him. The only reason why I'm putting Bivol up that high is because he beat a junior middleweight.
All right, let's give a chance to, anyone else on the panel want to opine on Fire Fist's pound for pound list? And by the way, the name Fire Fist, I mean, that's, I've said it before, that's Interesting name, man.
That's a pretty good list because he explained it away. He gave his reasons.
Yeah,
Right?
I like
If he
that.
wouldn't have said nothing and just threw the names out there, that'd be like, okay, why did he say that?
I agree with Gonzalo. I like that he even if you don't agree with it, he gave you reasons on why, and they were pretty decent reasons. I don't agree with the list. Kind of agree with Jay about the Bivol thing being ranked so high. Some people have him number 1, 2, or 3. I don't think so. I don't think he should be that high. He's a great fighter. And he could be. He could be the number 1 guy if put in there with guys that he should be fighting, and the results come out him clearly, winning these fights. But as of now, I don't have him number 1 because his best win is a Canelo victory, and Canelo's a small dude. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that Jay said, there's a guy who's probably a natural 147 pounder, just putting on muscle weight, and going up in weight, and he didn't knock him out. He beat him clearly. He beat him in a decision that I thought was better than 7-5. But still, you didn't knock him out. You just clearly outbox him. And then you got unfinished business in the light heavyweight division. He's a 1 belt title holder. There's another guy who has 3 belts. So, and possibly could be better than him. We don't know until they get in the ring.
I'm looking at some pound for pound lists that are coming into via the chat here. For example, boxing pound for pound, Jack says Crawford number 1, Inoue number 2, Usyk number 3, Canelo number 4, Beterbiev number 5, Charlo number 6, Haney number 7, Shakur Stevenson number 8, Bivol number 9, and Gervonta Tank Davis number 10. All right, shout out to you fellas. Okay, somebody else was going to say something, and then we got to take another phone call here. Yes.
Also, something to consider about Dimitri Bivol. Without the Canelo win, Bivol is still a great fighter because the body of work that he's done at 75 is impressive. He's got like 10 title defenses. He's on his way to becoming 2 behind the Darius Michalczewski. So he's number 3 right now. Just the body of work alone. If you take the Canelo name out of the picture, he hardly ever loses rounds. I don't got him in number 1 or the top 4, but he's still a damn good fighter.
And I'm not disputing that part. If at any part that came across as if he doesn't deserve to be on the list, if I even said that, which I don't remember saying that, but if I did, then let me retract that. But as high as even in the top 4, I'm sorry, not quite. And he's got quite a ways to go before he even beats Bob Foster, let alone Michalczewski.
All right, see, it's getting interesting now. I told you it was going to be a bit of a fiery show. Let's go to another phone call here. Again, we're taking down your pound for pound list, so call in. What's that?
Well, how long does he got to go? With 2 more title defense? Bob Foster got 13.
He got 14. 4 is a lot of fights.
I thought it was 13. I thought it was 13, and he was tied with Bleslevich for number 2. So there are 2 guys that are tied for number 2. Bivol's number 3, I think, behind those 2 guys. And Michalczewski number 1. But anyways, talk later.
Technically, Virgil Hill has almost as many over 2 reigns. So, I mean, it's not at one run. It's not at one run, but he has over 20 title defenses at light heavyweight of the same belt that Bivol holds.
And Mongoose, the old Mongoose, he had him for a long time, but he only had 9. I was like many years, more than anybody else. But he had 9 defenses.
If I remember correctly.
We'll just talk about it later.
Yeah, offline, sure thing.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Really helps that. We're taking down your pound for pound list, so call in. The phone number's right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. Let's go to 832-707. I see there's 2 832. So 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind?
Oh, yo, this is the Straight G Tour. I'm going to give my top 10 list real quick.
Now, if you want to, hold on.
got Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, and by the way, start from Straight G, start from the bottom up and give me some time to write them down. Like, explain a little bit each selection so you give me a little time to write them down. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right, so I was gonna go with Shakur Stevenson at number 10, but I changed my mind, and I'm gonna put Emmanuel Navarrete only for the fact that he has his 1 belts in 3 weight classes.
All right.
And at number 9, I have Jermel Charlo. I mean, he's still undisputed, and I still think his run was pretty impressive. At number 8, I have Canelo, simply because he's on the decline, and he's not the same fighter he was a couple years ago. A couple years ago, I probably would have had Canelo in the top three, but no, I think he fell down tremendously. I think that's why I have him at number 8. Number 7, I have Bivol. I have to put Bivol above Canelo simply because he already beat Canelo, and I mean, Canelo wouldn't have ruined his position being so high if he just stayed in his place, but he chose to try to fight Bivol, and he bit off more than he could chew, so he got whooped. So I have Bivol above Canelo. At number 6, I have Lomachenko because Lomachenko, I mean, in my opinion, he beat Devin Haney, and I think he still has accomplished a lot. He has won belts in 3 weight classes, and he became undisputed before that, actually undisputed, beating other champions one by one at 135, and for that reason, I have him at number 6. Still on top 10. At number 5, I have Artur Beterbiev because I think he's just so dominant at light heavyweight division. I think people are scared of that dude. Honestly, I think Beterbiev. I would favor him even against Bivol. He's just a heavy hitter and he's consistent. At number 4, I have Teofimo because he already beat Lomachenko, basically became undisputed, and he beat a legit undisputed former champion in Josh Taylor. That in itself is a tremendous resume. At number 3, I have Usyk. Definitely, he's I don't really got to explain too much on that. Usyk undisputed, and he's doing his thing at heavyweight. At number 2, I have Inoue. I used to have Inoue at number 1, but no, I changed my mind. No, I mean, he won belts at 108. He skipped 112, so he definitely skipped a stacked division. And then he's definitely impressive. He became undisputed at 118 pounds, and he beat Fulton. And shit, earlier this week I had him at number 1, but no. At the end of the day, I have Crawford at number 1 because, in my opinion, he's won belts and became undisputed in more competitive weight classes, and weight classes that have more stiff competition. In my opinion, of course, anyway, beat Donaire, Omar Narvaez, Damian McDonald. He beat good names. Don't get me wrong, but I still think Crawford beat better names. Gamboa, and he became undisputed, so he clearly had to beat some names to become undisputed. To be where he's at, and he's been doing this. He's been recognized as being number 1 for many years, widely regarded, and I never really understood why. Like earlier this year, I had him at number 10. I thought he was just hype, but no. Now that I think about it, he is number 1, and I think he's proving it. So that's my list. That's my list.
All right, fantastic list there, Straight G. Thank you for breaking it down, and call back next time, right? We're going to kick it to the panel now and see what they got to say about your list. Take it easy out there, Straight G. Thank you for calling in.
All right, for sure.
All right, that's Straight G too. What do you think about this? Because he said it himself, he didn't hold Crawford in high regard, and he became a convert of Crawford. What do you think about his list?
I thought his list was good.
Yeah, it's a solid list.
Yeah.
And his reasoning's okay. The thing about Inoue skipping a division, people got to remember timelines and history. People, when you're talking about boxing, you got to pay attention to timelines. He was 20 years old. He skipped a division because he probably couldn't make the weight. I mean, agree. People don't skip divisions, especially someone as competitive as Inoue, who has the pride of a country and pride in representing yourself proudly in Japan. That's huge. So do you think for a second they're going to think he's their number 1 champion of all times if they thought he skipped a division because he was scared of somebody? He was 20 years old. He jumped a division because he probably couldn't make the weight. Some people, you can say they did it to skip somebody. I give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. He started at junior flyweight, right? Was it 108?
108 was his first title. He skipped 112, went straight to 150. And when he went to 115, he took on Navarez, who's got 28 wins in title fights. Now, there may not be any household names, but name me. Floyd doesn't even have 28 wins in title fights. He took on much better competition. Don't get me wrong, much better competition. But I can't think of many people that have 28 wins in title fights. He has 14 title defenses in 2 separate weight classes. So it wasn't like he moved quite a slouch.
Yeah. By the way, Chief, I think he might be the second guy in history, if he does it, to go from that flyweight or under to become a featherweight champion. So he might become the second guy in history to ever do that. You know,
if you can make that high, you're right. Because that's the first one was who? Pacquiao, right?
first one would be Pacquiao. Yep. Pacquiao was the flyweight champion, right?
Yep.
And then he skipped a bunch of divisions after that, and then he went to flyweight. He went to super bantamweight, won a belt, beat Lawaba, and then went to featherweight, and the rest is history.
Right.
But yeah. So yeah, no, I like this list, and like it's pretty consistent. I guess the top three seems to be, and I don't have a problem with those guys. I don't have them. The consistent top three seems to be Inouye, Crawford, and Usyk. And when I'm saying that, that's my order. But if you had it the other way around, I wouldn't mind. You know what I'm saying? I can't really argue. These guys that we're mentioning are on the verge or already accomplished something that's never been done before. And that to me is cause and effect to their skill set. Okay. You got Inouye who's a bantamweight champion. Bantamweight undisputed champion. 4 different weight classes. And he more likely is going to be a 2-time undisputed champion. Crawford already did that with junior welterweight and welterweight, and Usyk is trying to get that. Usyk run at cruiserweight is probably the best run if you look at the guys he fought, and then the results after that. If you just look at that, that's probably the best run. And he's trying to make an undisputed fight against a much bigger man than him. Right. And he's a unified champion too at that. He's a unified champion. And to me, he is the lineal champion. And in the way I see the way the history broke down, how Tyson Fury retired, came back. He was supposed to rematch Vladimir Klitschko. That never happened. Joshua got in. He won. To me, that started the new lineal, and I think that's, in my opinion, that's the honest way to do it in a competitive sport of one-on-one boxing, right? So when a guy retires, he forfeits that. He doesn't get to come back and say, "Well, I'm back and I'm back on top." And
well, I
so
can
that's
do that.
Why.
But yeah, you're right.
Well,
Most people, right?
You can do that because you're you.
Anywhere I show up, I call the shots. That's number one. Number two,
you're the A side.
Yeah. Now, number two, I got to give a big shout out to Uncle Pete in the chat. Thank you for his contribution. I want to thank him for his contribution with Super Chat. And he says, this entire panel, as well as the callers, are all seriously fucked up and should be put on a federal watch list. All right, Uncle Pete, that's your
so Pete,
input
I said thank you.
Your input is well taken. Well, not well taken, but it is taken. How about that, Uncle Pete? I suspect that Uncle Pete's in a couple of watch lists himself, right? With some of the stuff he's said in the past. All right,
he's for sure. You want me to give you my pound for pound?
Let me go back to the phone here, because let me go back to the phone and see who wants to give it there, and then we'll go back. We'll throw it to you. But let's go to another phone call here. Again, we're taking phone calls, fellas. Don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. Taking phone calls, and you guys get to give us your pound for pound list, because it is indeed something this past week really shook up the whole boxing world. And it's a big debate now. Who's number one? So let's go back to the phone lines. Let's go to 631. 631, you're on the air. 631, what's on your mind?
All right, so it's a top 10 for me. So first one, and I know it's going to piss a lot of people off, but really, it's only based on the fact that he was undisputed and he actually held the Ring Magazine belt, which some of the people that I've heard mentioned, like Navarrete and Bivol, have never really done before. But Devin Haney is at 10. I would throw him off if I could, but I feel at this point it's the most accomplished guy for a number 10 spot.
All right.
Jermell Charlo is also.
No, I'm just repeating the name. I'm repeating the name. So you got Haney number 10. Go ahead, Charlo number 9.
Yeah. Jermell Charlo number 9. For similar reasons. But I think he's been a bit more consistent in fighting the guys in his weight class. The only problem with him and why he's so low is because his performances at times could be a bit off from where we should think that he should be a bit more dominant, like against the Brian Castaños and Tony Harrisons of the world. So he's going to be there. Teofimo Lopez is at 8. Again, similar reasons. There's a pattern for why these guys are so low. He's good. He's really good. Beat Lomachenko and beat Josh Taylor. Those are very great names to have on your resume, especially with the low amount of fights that he has. But, again, not consistent. He lost to George Kambosos, which is a loss that is dating horribly. Also, I forgot to mention for Devin Haney, he's also that low because that win against George Kambosos is dating horribly. But Teofimo Lopez is there for that. You know, he had some poor showings against Sandor Martin, who, I know is going to make a lot of guys look bad, but it's still a blemish for someone that we're putting on a pound-for-pound list. At number... after that, I will put Beterbiev. This is pretty much the positive now. He's been very dominant, been a champion, been Ring Magazine, knocked out every single guy he's faced. The only reason why he's not higher right now would pretty much be because he's not undisputed at this point. After that, I have Estrada.
Oh,
am I going too fast?
No, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, after that, I have Estrada. Honestly, legend in his weight class and in the weight classes that he's been at. The only shaky fights that I've seen him have recently that I kind of could put as a negative is that fight against that one tune-up. I don't remember his name. Was it like Augie something, or do you guys remember?
His nickname was Archie.
It was before the second. Yeah, Archie, him. Besides that, I think everything else has been fine. Like, having close fights against Chocolatito is perfectly fine, considering that's also a legend. And he still beat him 2 times, and he's won every single rematch that he's ever had in his career. So you have to be on the pound-for-pound list for that. After that is Ioka. Honestly, I was very impressed with him beating Bam Rodriguez's brother, Josh, especially when Josh Franco came overweight. I didn't actually know it was 7 pounds, so definitely going to stay up there because I was wondering if I should put Estrada ahead of him. And my top 4, I mean, it's a bit obvious, but it's easier to see the trend. But Canelo Alvarez at 4, Alexander Usyk at 3, Crawford at 2, and Inoue at 1.
Now, could you detail why you have Crawford number 2 and why Inoue number 1?
I have Crawford at number 2 because I really thought about it, and I realized there was not a point in time where I really thought Spence was ever going to do something to make me worry about the result of the Crawford fight. And I feel like that's how it was for a lot of people, like if they're really being honest, especially when you started thinking about his extracurricular activities. So the guy that came on yesterday, I saw some people that were like upset thinking that he was making excuses for Spence, but I didn't really feel bad because I was like, I mean, I thought everybody knew this. Like, the dude flew out of a fucking car. Yeah, he's not going to be the same. So I'm just confused. He flew out of a car. He looked fat as fuck when I think it was in October when they were pretending that they were going to try to make that fight. And he still drinks a lot. So I said, okay, that guy versus a guy who's always in the gym, who's always probably most of the time on weight, who's constantly working. Like, yeah, Terrence Crawford's going to beat him. I didn't know he was going to beat him starting at round 2, but I already knew that was going to happen. With Inoue, though, I felt that his performance against Fulton, against a guy he had to move up in weight for, was pretty much perfect. He outboxed him, then he beat him on the counter, and then he beat him on the inside, and then he just knocked him out. I think there is no other form of a complete boxing performance against a guy that was starting to get close to the pound-for-pound list that you're ever going to see. So, yeah, it's my list.
All right. Well, listen, that's an interesting list right there, caller. We're going to throw it back to the panel here, but thank you for your call. Call back next time, right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right.
All right. That was interesting list
These callers are educated, man.
Yeah,
because
can you post it? There we go, so I can see it.
They're breaking it down. Now, before we get to recognize his list, because we're getting a lot of calls here, a lot of people want to give us a pound for pound list, but I want to give a chance to one of the panelists to give it for the meantime. But just for this list here, I got one comment. Estrada, I've noticed some other callers are giving him credit, putting him in the number 10 pound for pound list, because neither Ring Magazine nor the ESPN list have him listed, unless I'm mistaken. Hold on, I'm looking at the ESPN, no Estrada. And I'm looking at Ring. No Estrada. A guy who beat a Hall of Famer in Chocolatito. And also before that, he eventually lost to Sister Ketso Rongvisai. So you got to wonder, it just goes to show you how competitive boxing is right now. People like to say, oh, boxing is dead, boxing is dead. When you got this many candidates for the top 10 pound for pound list, and some of these guys are getting left out of it, I think that's an indication that boxing is doing well. Go ahead, fellas. Or who wants to recognize? You want to give it? Or?
I just wanted to highlight something real quick before we go to recognize list, or anybody else want to say something in regards to what he mentioned about Inouye and Crawford. Yeah, they're for some people it's interchangeable. They're pretty close. We know the two guys' accolades, Crawford and Inouye's. But it's true. Okay, Spence was compromised, and they like to say, okay, well, hindsight's 2020. No, but as a matter of fact, there's a lot of evidence to prove that. To work, nobody can really say that wasn't true. It is true. But another thing, okay, his punch resistance wasn't there, but he still knocked him down in the second round. And the reason for that, since he didn't have no punch resistance, this is a guy that still wanted to act like he did have resistance. So he was basically fighting like a pressure fighter, coming forward with no real resistance. The opposite of a dude that gets on the back foot and doesn't want to get knocked out. That's why I give Teofimo some slack over not taking Sandro Marin out of there. But he made him look horrible based on the styles. Well, Errol Spence, he still wanted to fight like a pressure fighter on the inside, but with no real punch resistance. So in other words, that made it real easy for Terence Crawford to get to him. It wasn't like the Postal fight, where I don't like the style, but I'm basically saying when you get on the back foot and you're there not to get knocked out, you're going to make it very, very difficult on the opponent. But Errol Spence made it easy for Terence Crawford because he was right there in his chest, still trying to act like he was a Terminator when he wasn't the Terminator. Mm-hmm. He was real vulnerable. That's all. That's true. Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting because this is a guy, Gonzalo picked Crawford to win, and part of why he picked him to win was because of the lack of punch resistance that we'd been seeing from Errol Spence ever since he returned from the car crash. So there's no excuse being made. I mean, the man, Gonzalo made the pick based on that. So he picked Terence Crawford. There's no excuses there. Don't forget, we're taking down your pound for pound list, so call in and give us your list. Want to give a shout out to Raider Reaper, by the way, for his contribution to the Super Chat. He said, what if Bivol beats Beterbiev like he did with Canelo and Zurdo Ramirez? That would take him up a notch. That would take him up a big notch. Right, but I suspect the counter argument that some people would probably bring up would be Beterbiev's age. Right, because right now we're talking about, like, for example, the difference between Inoue and Crawford is who beat a guy who beat the fresher opponent, and some people are saying Spence wasn't as fresh as Fulton, so that's certainly going to be coming into the equation. But let's get back to Recognize. Recognize wants to give us his pound for pound list. Go ahead, Recognize. The floor is yours.
Well, I wanna say that I agree with Gonzalo that this is just a fucking opinion list. I mean, some opinions are better than others. I'm not saying mine is better than yours. But I consider myself an educated boxing fan, and when I tell you that I don't know a certain fighter, I'll let you know that I don't. But the fighters that I do know about and what they've accomplished, that's what I'm gonna rate. And if I had to start from the bottom up, yeah, I would probably say number 10. Teofimo. Teofimo is a 2-time lineal champion. He was undisputed at 135. I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say.
Agreed.
Okay. At 140 pounds, he beat the undisputed champion, Josh Taylor. So I got him number 10. I got Jamel Charlo, 154. He is undisputed. And considering that he is undisputed, I do think he enjoys a size advantage, but he has fought guys his size and done well, and he's beaten those guys And I like the fact that he fought Castaño again in a rematch in a fight that I thought he lost in the first time, and he won by knockout. So that was impressive in his undisputed run. And so therefore, I got him. What is that? Number 9.
Yeah,
at number 8. Who did I say? I'm sorry, BDA. I had number 10, Tio, right? Yep. Tio.
Yeah.
Then number 9, Charlo. Now I'm at 8. Okay. At 8, I got Estrada. Because Estrada has been doing this for a long time, and his wins and losses are pretty close. Even his wins against Roman Gonzalez. I just recently watched the third fight. That was also fucking very close. But Roman Gonzalez is a true, like, in his prime, a top 3 pound-for-pound fighter. And he held his own and arguably won. Well, on the scorecards, he won 2. He won 2 of those fights. And so, even though I dispute one of them. But, yeah, he those fights were very close. And his body of work with Rung Visai, he came back and beat him. And, you know, his accomplishments, his many title defenses and everything you consider his skills is something that, and the level of competition is something that I take into consideration. So I still think he's on that list. At number 7, I'm going to go Beterbiev. I think Beterbiev is probably the best light heavyweight. He's probably the best light heavyweight. I know his age is somewhere in the late 30s, but I think this guy's different. You know, boxing is different. He's only had like maybe 20 fights at most, and they're all by knockouts. And I think he still has a lot to offer. He's getting injured a lot, but I have a feeling these injuries are muscle related, where it doesn't affect his boxing skill too much, unless it's something really, really bad. I don't know. But I think he's still good to go. And so I got him number 7 because of his skills, his power, the level of competition, all that stuff that he's done so far in his career is very impressive. I got.
You recognize?
I got.
I was going to tell you real quick. He's injured again. Just wanted to put that out there. I heard that yesterday. Boy. Just wanted to put that out there. Better be of. I'm done.
That's great. That's great to hear.
I get the feeling, Jimmy. This has a lot to do with weight training. That's my feeling, but I could be wrong.
Number 6.
So at number 6, I got Bivol. Dmitry Bivol could be a top 5, even a top 3 guy, if he goes in there and beats a guy like Beterbiev. And I don't like putting it that way, but that when you're talking about pound for pound lists, yeah, the nitpicking is appropriate because this is the highest list you could be on in your sport. And so I got him number 6. He could possibly be a top 5, top 3 guy. We'll find out soon enough. He's got a lot of title defenses, like Gonzalo was mentioning earlier. A lot of successful title defenses. But his best win was Canelo, who I think is an undersized guy at light heavy, probably an undersized guy at 168. And at number 5, I got Canelo Alvarez. I still think he's on the decline, but when you take his accomplishments, put it this way, if he wasn't on the decline with his accomplishments, he would probably still be top 3 or even pound for pound the best fighter. Just on his accomplishments alone. Undisputed middleweight champion. I think his skill set is pretty basic, but he's very strong. He's a very strong man, pound for pound wise, being shorter. And I know, people bring up the steroids. I get all that, but I'm just rating on performances in the ring. And so I still got him top 5, even though he is dropping in terms of his prime years. I think he's on the decline. At number 4, I got Lomachenko. Lomachenko clearly beat Devin Haney, in my opinion. A much bigger guy than him. He won that fight. He outpunched Devin Haney. He outskilled him. He was the better fighter. The only knock on him is obviously the reason why he's not top tier. He definitely has the talent and the level of competition to prove that in the performances is that he never, he really didn't close the deals like the guys that I'm gonna name. And again, when you're talking about pound for pound, you got to nitpick. But to me, he's undisputed lightweight champion. He beat Devin Haney, and he did it at the age of 35. And then you take all his accomplishments and his skill set, and rate that at the bigger fighters that he's fighting and the results that he's getting. He's still up there. At number 3, I got Terence Crawford because Crawford is a two-time undisputed champion, something that's never been done. Whether Spence was damaged goods or not, doesn't matter. Boxing IQ proved to me on Saturday he is well above most guys in all of boxing. The very fact that he just said, I'm going to fight you southpaw. I'm going to have my most dangerous hand, the right, closer to you, and that's how I'm going to beat you. I'm just going to beat you simply off of that. That was very impressive. He closed the deal. He knocked him out. He's been on a knockout winning streak. Not just winning fights. He's been knocking guys out, I think, like 10 in a row. Something like that.
All right, go ahead.
So Crawford to me could be in my opinion, he has to be in the top 3 in any order. 3, 2, or 1, it wouldn't matter to me. I got Usyk number 2 because of what he did at cruiserweight, what he's done at heavyweight. The fact that a guy with that size can box the way he does, his boxing IQ, his footwork, the fluid footwork, especially at cruiserweight, and there's even some brilliant signs of that at heavyweight. Not as good as cruiserweight, and the level of competition. Look what he did at cruiserweight. Look at what he did. Look how he became undisputed in a tournament style against undefeated fighters who were champions, and he clearly beat those guys, and then went up to heavyweight and beat probably top 3 best heavyweight in Anthony Joshua. Okay, he clearly beat him 2 times, and he's trying to become undisputed. And so for that, I got him at number 2. He could be number 1. He's that good. And of course, at number 1, I got Inoue, because Inoue's just like, when you watch Inoue, I think that boxing gets lost as not being a martial arts sport, but when you watch him, I think he's the very definition of that. The perfect balance with the footwork, the hand speed, punching placement, like all that stuff. He's got it all combined. Whether he'll be the greatest fighter that ever lived, that only time would reveal that. But right now, he's looking like that. Right now, that's what he looks like. One of the greatest fighters you will ever see.
Now,
and
I got to tell you,
the way he dominates top level competition by knocking them out, going up in weight and knocking these dudes out. Doneil's clearly a much bigger man than him. Yes, he's older, but still very good, still very strong and dangerous. Proved that against top level competition when he went back down to 118. The only person that stopped him in his tracks was Inoue, and then going up and doing what he did to Fulton. So I think with that resume, his skill set, you combine that, I have to put him as the best fighter in boxing today.
Now, before we move on from this list, I'm perusing the chat here, and people are taking umbrage with you having Lomachenko so high. My thing is, I mean, he was a smaller, older guy, and he was pushing the younger, bigger, slightly faster men back. I mean, this guy at least deserves to be in the top 10. I'll say that. I don't know if I'd have him as high as you, but I mean, I could make the argument that he deserves to be top 10 pound for pound. Absolutely. So, listen, this is a subjective list, obviously.
It's a subjective list. That's all it is.
Right.
Yep. That's all
so
it
people
is, man.
Right. People can call in and give us their list. We are taking phone calls. The phone number is right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen.
I think when you beat up a guy who looks like he outweighs you by 20 pounds and you do it pretty easy, I'm not going to say easy, but comfortably, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you're 35 years old, okay? You didn't get the nod on the scorecard.
With 400 amateur fights?
With 400 amateur fights and then doing what he did, making guys quit. I mean, let's be honest, man. Those close decisions go his way. He's pound for pound the best fighter right now. He's arguing with a newie.
Okay? I also like the fact. I like the fact that Recognized touched on the fact that once you start to get to the top 3 pound for pound, now you're nitpicking. Now it's no longer about who you beat; it's how you beat him. And that's the thing with Lomachenko is he's fighting above his weight class. He can't close the deal. And I guess some people could make the same argument for Usyk. So it's going to be interesting to see what the rest of the people say as we formulate more pound for pound lists. Let me just read a couple of super chats here real quick. Shout out to Elian Rodriguez for his contribution with the super chat. He gives us his pound for pound list. He says Crawford number 1, Charlo number 2, Spence number 3, Haney number 4, Stevenson number 5, Davis, that's Tank Davis number 6, Fulton number 7, he still has him up there, Charlo number 8, Andrade, Demetrius Andrade number 9, and Jaron Ennis number 10. Elian, are you? I think if I might be, I'm going to go ahead and suppose that what he's saying is because again, some people have divergent standards for their pound for pound list. I think he's one of those guys that goes for the eye test, because I have heard people before say, well, it's not necessarily for me about the accomplishments, it's about the ability and how they beat their opponent. So I assume that's why he would have boots number 10, because to have a guy in boots number 10 and not have him below Estrada, for example, who has been Hall of Famers. I'd like to hear more from Elian, but shout out to Elian for his contribution to the super chat and his list, and shout out to Earl Stevens for his contribution to the super chat. Shout out to Earl. He says Canelo number 1, pound for pound, still clearly the smaller fighter, fighting bigger guys, and that's what pound for pound is. All right, there you have it. That's Earl Stevens. Anyone else want to say something before we take a phone call here and get back to the pound for pound list?
And the other guys' list of Boots on there, and it's not the fact I just think that Boots deserves to be on there, even though I'm very high on him. Roy Jones, Errol Spence, Floyd Mayweather, these guys were all on low level on people's pound for pound list before they ever won a title. So this isn't unheard of for someone to think the eye test is the reason why, for what they see in skill, to put someone at a very low level on a pound for pound list. It's been done before. Now, these are big names that I've mentioned, and he hasn't lived up to that yet, but I can understand, even though I don't think that the guy's right. I would say he's wrong clearly, but other people have done the same thing, and in hindsight, they ended up being. I think Andre Ward even was on some people's list before he won a title. I could be wrong about that one, but I know the other 3 aforementioned guys were.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But by the way, just real quick, some people are saying, yeah, I sort of missed that, but with Elian's pound for pound list, he doesn't even have Inoue in there, and I think some people are calling him out for having Fulton there, but not Inoue.
Yeah.
So
even though I knew he went up to him and starched him, he's not on the list, but Fulton is.
Elian, call in if you can. If you have the time or the opportunity, call in, because I think
that's a troll list.
People have a couple of questions about your list. Just a couple of questions. Maybe you can come in at your leisure. We have a little bit of a sit down and we discuss your pound for pound list. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here so people can give us their pound for pound list. Let's go to 562. 562, you're on the air. 562, what's on your mind?
Yo, what's up, Mr. BDA?
What's up, man?
Like the show. So one thing I haven't heard anybody talk about is criteria. Look, it's a nerd contest. It's popularity. We know that, but it should be based on criteria. So here, let me just break down my criteria. It could be 3, 4, 5, but the first one is ability. I think it should be ability based on opponents. So the level opponent. Number 2, performance. We talked about a lot, how the manner in which you win, but obviously based on level of opponent. And the third one is accomplishment, but accomplishments should be based on the opportunity. So am I still there? Am I still here?
You're still here, yeah, absolutely.
And then a fifth one you could add is popularity. So by popularity, I mean reach of the sport. So, if a person is carrying the sport, they should get points for that. So I'll give you my list, and then you guys, I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. But number 10
Bud Crawford.
Wait a minute.
So,
That's a good spot. That's a good spot on the list for
let me. I'm going to break it down, and I'll take all comers.
Go ahead.
Number 10, Bud Crawford.
All right, we cool.
Go ahead.
Number 9, Emmanuel Navarrete.
Okay.
Number 8, Dimitri Bivol. Number 7, David Benavidez.
Oh.
I know. See, I'm going somewhere with this though.
Yeah.
Number 6, Alexander Usyk.
Okay.
At number 5, we have Jermel Mel Charlo. Number 4, Vasily Lomachenko.
There we go.
Number 3, Teofimo Lopez. Number 2, Canelo Alvarez. And number 1, Inoue from Japan. So, why I have Crawford? Yes, accomplishment undisputed, but the level of opposition is pathetic. Let's just keep it a buck. And then let me just get through this real quick. Do I have got a minute, B-Day? Can I keep going?
A couple of minutes. Yeah, sure. Break it down. People in that
when
chat
you
can
talk about garbage,
Navarrete, 3-time champion, and he's entertaining. Like I said, there's the criteria. He's entertaining. I just love watching him fight. The guy comes to bang. Dimitri Bivol.
I agree.
Oh, well, and before I continue, let me just say, one of my criteria is I refuse to have guys in the same division that are undefeated and have not fought each other. So Shakira, Devin Haney, and Gervonta Davis, they don't make it because they're all in the same division. Undefeated is pathetic. So let me continue. Dimitri Bivol, he beat the number 1 Canelo, and then he follows up with the number 3 guy, Zurdo. David Benavidez is a sleeper because people are comparing him to Canelo. They're saying this guy could beat Canelo Alvarez. So he must be spectacular. So I'm going to put him up there. We've seen he's a beast. He's a 2-time champion. Usyk, need no explanation. A cruiserweight moving up, beating a unified champion in Joshua. Just the fact that he's moving up. Mel Charlo, same reason that they have that Fugazi ring has Spence there. Even though he's undisputed, he rematched and KO'd his opponents. I think there's no question. And he's about to fight Canelo. And then Lomachenko, who beat Devin Haney. He should be undisputed. And he's fought Devin Haney and Teofimo. So I hope I'm not over talking to anybody.
No, you're not. Go ahead.
I'm almost done here. Teofimo, who has fought Lomachenko and Josh Taylor, who was arguably he was undisputed. Let's just call Teo arguably 2-time undisputed. He has better wins than Bud Crawford. Josh Taylor showed up, unlike Earl Spence. So Teo is way above Bud Crawford. Then you have Canelo, based on consistency. I mean, we're talking about 10, 15 years of a body of work, carrying the sport, who will replace Inoue as number 1 when he beats why I have Mel there, undisputed. You notice they took him off because they don't want to give Canelo that credit for being a pound for pound like what they're trying to do for Crawford. And then Inoue, because, I mean, dude, he's moving up. He beat a unified champion. They were claiming it was almost pound for pound. So there you go, man. I try to fit it all in with the.
Hey, listen, that's gonna be the most controversial list. So, by the way, is this Frank or not? I think I confuse you sometimes.
Yeah, Frank the Tank, right?
Is this Frank the Tank? All right, shout out to Frank the
Tank.
This
that explains a lot.
Well, hold on a second. All right, Chief is going after you, Frank.
Go ahead.
Frank,
some
Chief
people
is
are
going after
up.
you. Frank, Chief is going after you. He says that now that he knows that it's you, this explains a lot.
That it's what?
He says that now that he knows that
I gave you my criteria.
Yeah, Chief, he gave us his criteria. I mean, it's his pound for pound list.
No, I said it.
Yeah, I mean, look, man.
I know who it is. It makes sense now.
Look, you could, but if you have Spence on there, then you're pathetic. If you have Shakira and you have guys in the same division who have not fight, how can you have them on there? That's why I have Loma and Teo, because they fought basically each other and they're fighting the best, but these other guys are not. So, Mel should be up there. Why does nobody have Mel? He's undisputed. Because you have to have it on ability, accomplishments, and opportunity. So.
Well, by the way, let me read
I can't
you.
hear anybody, man.
You're right. Can you hear me? Let me read you a comment here from.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Let me hear. Joe in the chat says, "How the fuck do you have Benavides on this list? He's but a bunch of bums. Theo should beat those guys. He's bigger than those guys."
It's like I said, well, you can't have it. See, boxing fans want to have it both ways. Spence was great, but then give him excuses, etc. Look, you can't have Benavides be this great fighter, and then he loses to Canelo, and then Canelo gets no credit. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're hyping this guy up to be the killer, he's going to overtake Canelo, become the face of boxing. You can't have it both ways. So let's give the man his credit if you want to give him his credit. I can't hear whoever's speaking.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt because Chief wanted to say something and he got cut off here. Chief, go ahead. You wanted to say something to him.
His points about Benavides as a fighter may be valid, but that doesn't give him that doesn't put him on a pound for pound list. What he's fought 2 vacant belts and he's been stripped twice and hasn't got a title back yet. He hasn't really done much to be on a pound for pound list other than the possibility of being a threat to Canelo, which he hasn't proven yet.
Best win is Caleb champion. It's just like some of these guys. Bebo hasn't moved up in weight. It's like you want to have it both ways, dude. Like this guy Spence, the same weight class. Crawford fighting nobody. You can't have it both ways, bro. If you're gonna give somebody the credit like Crawford fighting bums, then give Benavides the credit. And all I'm saying is because they're comparing him to Canelo, that he could overtake Canelo, so he must be this special fighter. And it's all based on the criteria, which I wrote down for you.
That's a big part of your argument, but that's okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one part I don't like about your argument.
It's based on popularity, you know, and it's the same people that have that still have. Look, these clowns still have Spence on as in the top pound for pound. They have guys in the same division like Shakira and Stank Davis who have not fought each other, haven't even fought the level of Loma and Teo have. What, because they have losses? Because they're fighting everybody? Like, dude, we have to have some kind of consensus here.
Well, one consensus is that's going to hurt your standing. I mean, that's an indisputable fact, no matter who you are, if you have half a brain.
No, I gave the breakdown. Crawford, yes, accomplishment, but level of competition, no. Is he the face of boxing now? I'm not going to crown this guy for fighting one guy who came in and laid down. It's just not going to happen. I can't hear you. I'm sorry, guys. Like, some people are breaking up.
Hold on. Why do you have Shakira? She's a singer.
No, he does. First of all,
he didn't take the offer.
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
I was gonna say, my bad. That's the only that was the only one.
No, it's all good,
disagree with.
I tell you what, man. I tell you what.
Why is Shakira there?
I tell you what. I would put Shakira in my top 10 pound list of asses. Wouldn't mind that as.
Yes. Now you want to do that? I'm good with that.
Absolutely. All right. Well, listen, Frank. That's an.
But look, can I just say one last thing, BDA?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Can I just say one last thing? Because you guys are breaking up, and I'll take it offline and try to jump in the comments. Look, I have Teo 10 spots ahead of Crawford. I mean, the guy has done more 2 times, same accomplishments. He just didn't get the accomplishments because of the politics, and he has better names. He beat Lomachenko and Josh Taylor, a guy who didn't come in and lay down.
You don't know the history very well.
I'm sorry.
You guys.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, guys, you gotta be mindful of something on the Discord. Like I told you, if you talk at the same time as a caller, your words are gonna sound distorted to the caller. So you gotta wait for the caller to finish, and then you can jump in. Go ahead, Chief.
We've had this conversation before. He doesn't know the history very well of who Bud's fought because he doesn't know it, not because they're not names. And that's his lack of knowledge that's the problem. And then he tries to come back and make insults all the time and charge my character. So I don't really care about that. He has his right to his opinion, and it's an interesting list. But putting Bud is just spiteful because he's never liked Bud, and he's always hated Bud, and he doesn't know who Bud's fought because he doesn't know boxing.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like you are shitting his list. Frank, go ahead.
No, Teo has better wins against guys that came to fight. I mean, it's just unarguable. Teal is 2-time undisputed and had better wins. You can't tell me Spence and Taylor were the same fight. It was the same level. He came to fight this guy that was undisputed, and Taylor. Only reason is the politics, and he looked better. It was a better fight. He's just done more. Canelo Alvarez done more than Bud Crawford. He just has. It's consistency.
All right. Well, listen. The people are calling in on
Mel Charlo, pound for pound. But okay, yeah, thank you, BDA.
Yeah, people are calling in. They all want to give their list. I don't even know if we're going to have the time to get to all of them. I'm going to do my best here. I might even reopen the phone lines another 2 hours just to get everybody on board. But shout out to you, Frank. You really shook up the conversation here, and catch you on the next one, right, man? Take it easy out there. Thank you.
That's what I was trying to do. Shake it up. It's all good.
Shake and bake, man. That's what we do here. All right, take it easy out there. All right, that was Frank.
My list. You tell me whenever you can later. Or
yes. Yeah, because the phone lines are flooded here, man. Let's go to, and then I got to go to latrines on top of that. So let's go to another list. Again, we're taking down pound for pound list. So you guys get to call in and you give us your pound for pound.
Latrines. Why don't I just say bathroom?
Well, because it's not a bathroom. It's not a bath location. Anyway, let's go to the phone calls here. Let's go to 773. 773, you're on the air. 773, what's on your mind?
It's about damn time.
Oh, K-Dog.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Kevin? What's up, man?
Let's talk about this imaginary list.
Sure.
You know, it's funny is you're arguing pound for pound in a fake sport. Fake sport. It's a made-up sport. I mean, we're talking about pound for pound. That's judges that rob people daily. You look at someone like Romero. You look at the Henny Lomachenko fight. You look at Josh Taylor versus Catterall. Josh Taylor's or Cambosa's last fight. I mean, it's just a made-up sport. It doesn't exist. It's fake. It's all fake. It's a business. It's fake bullshit. And you guys are all buying into it. You're talking about Josh Taylor. You look at his last fight. He lost to Catterall, and then he ducked a rematch. And he's a huge layoff, and he goes into a fight with Teofimo, and you guys went, oh, he's undisputed. He was half the fighter going into that fight. He was a wash fighter at that time. He already got exposed against Catterall, and then he ducked a rematch, and then he's going to come out here and say, oh, what a great one, Teofimo. He would beat an undisputed. You guys, come on. Playing stupid. And Canelo, someone sitting here acting like Canelo's up. Oh, he's a 147-pounder. He's a natural 140. In what universe is Canelo a natural 147-pounder? This is big-ass juice head neck. Juice head is not even close to a 147-pounder. Another ridiculous thing.
You can't talk bad about the juice. You can't talk bad about the juice. People are getting kicked off Twitter talking about the juice. But so I take it you don't want to give us your pound for pound list.
Nah, it's a fake sport. You can't go to a pound for pound a fake sport when they rob people weekly, monthly, yearly. All these guys getting robbed looking for it. You can't do a fucking pound for pound when everybody's getting robbed.
It's like a Debbie Downer.
Talent-wise, pure. We're doing pure talent. I got to put Usyk and Bivol up there. Those are the two most talented fighters in the game right now. Usyk and Bivol. Everyone else, good fighters, but they're not at that level.
All right,
not at that level. I'll leave it at that, boys.
All right,
I came here to drop some knowledge on your had a poopy on your party. Had a little dump on your party.
It's not a completely inaccurate thing that you're stating there. It is true that there's a lot of shenanigans and hijinks that occur, and a lot of shadow play occurring behind the scenes. So you're right. I take what you're saying, and I respect it, man. So thank you for your call, Kevin, and we'll catch you on the next one. There's a lot of background noises, so I'm gonna hang up on you. Take it easy, Kevin. Call back next time, man.
Kevin's from Chicago.
One love.
One. All right. That was K-Dog right there saying that this whole pound for pound thing is a joke, it's a circus, it's a clown show, and that it's all fake. The sports is fake, and therefore pound for pound is irrelevant. All right. Let me you guys take over for a little bit. Talk about I'm going to put up what's his Frank's pound for pound list. There you go. And then I'm going to go to the commode. Well, it's not technically a commode, but I'll be back in about a minute. All right? So you guys take over and comment on this pound for pound list. All right.
Well, before we do comment on it, Gonzalo, why don't you go ahead and give yours since we got some time?
Well, no, I'm waiting for Mr. BDA to come back.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
so
BDA's got to write
Yeah.
people's.
I'm not
BDA's got
I can write it on the side and tell it to him when he comes
No,
back.
no, 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 no. I'm just gonna
I
wait
can
till
tell. I
BDA
can
comes.
tell y'all mine, bro. I don't
Wait.
mind if I don't mind going. I
one
can
at
tell
a
y'all
time.
mine.
One at a time. One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time.
Okay, so does anybody want to go? Or are we just going to rip, not rip, but discuss
Well,
this?
listen. It'll. Let me say this quickly. It'll probably serve us best, unless you guys, are comfortable repeating it twice. Because BDA wants to take everybody's list down.
Gotcha.
I'll do it because mine's gonna be short, bro. I'm not gonna have 10 names.
All right, go ahead. Never sobers.
Yeah, because I can't think of 10 names that are all doing great accomplishments.
Sound like Gypsy a little bit. I don't know why.
Do I sound like a gypsy? No, bro.
No. I mean, you sound like Gypsy. There's a guy named Gypsy who comes on.
I don't know what that is, bro. I know. Actually, I think that dude jumped on my. I think he jumped on one of my chats when I was doing a show. Gypsy boxing or something. The one.
Yes, that's him. That's
something like that, right?
Yep.
No, bro, that's not me. But shout out to Gypsy boxing.
Anyway, your list.
Yeah. So what was I gonna say? So as for my pound for pound, I'm gonna give y'all 3 names because I don't like to be stressing myself and nitpicking over who needs to be on here. All these 10 names. I don't do that. I think it's the dudes who are smaller, who are moving up in weight, who are getting belts, who are beating names, not just belts, because the names matter, and they're imposing their style on bigger men and making it effective. So for one, and right now also, and I'm doing it too, but like recency bias, because Inoue just fought, I'm gonna put him at the top because he just did, what he did. He jumped up a weight class after moving up another weight class, unifying, went for the consensus number 1 guy at the weight class. No tune-ups, no nothing. Dominated him from the first bell till the fight was stopped. In the post fight press conference, he was saying that he felt that he had him in the second round, and he wanted to prove a point that he could box and outbox him. And after the 7th round, that's when he felt that he had done enough, and that's when he decided to take him out. So I think that's really impressive. And for number 2, I'll have Canelo because Canelo, no one's touching his resume, and he's consistently, what people are impressed by what Inoue's doing and what Crawford's doing. Canelo's been doing this since like 2016 or something like that. So, and he's still doing that. You know what I mean? He's taking a loss to Bivol, but that was just him reaching too far. And I don't know if that's a pound for pound win for Bivol because he's beating on a smaller guy, right? So, anyways, I got Canelo number 2. And we'll see where he's at, after this fight with Charlo, because it seems to be a double undisputed thing. That's the trend now. First, everybody wanted to go undisputed. Now people are going for double undisputed. We got Crawford who did it. Inoue's going to do it. He's going to go for it. And Canelo's going to try to make an attempt at it in somewhat of a fashion because he's going to fight an undisputed champion at a smaller weight class. And even Teofimo did something like that when he went for Josh Taylor. People will still say undisputed, kind of, not really. Whatever. It's debatable because it's the name, right? He didn't have the belts anymore. So yeah, I got Canelo right there. Number 3, I'm gonna put Usyk because Usyk is unified cruiserweight, and he's going up to heavyweight, and he's really a cruiserweight beating up heavyweights. So usually heavyweights aren't so. I wouldn't put a heavyweight on the list, but since he's going up and he's imposing his style on bigger guys that he's noticeably smaller than, I'll put him on there for number 3.
Again?
Excuse me?
Who's your number 2 again?
Canelo.
Okay.
And I got recency bias, right? So, if when and I do think that Usyk's trying to unify the division. I do think he'll beat Fury, and the longer the fight doesn't happen, the longer. I mean, the more of a chance I give Usyk a chance of beating him. I think he's a ticking time bomb, bro. So I got Usyk at number 3.
With you on the last comment is the fact that Usyk's noticeably older.
He is, right?
Father Time doesn't wait for anybody. Now, of course, Bud just stepped up and did something. I don't care how damaged Spence was. At 35, he took on a younger guy who I got the damage part and everything else, but at 35, he still looked like he was 25. And Usyk is keeping a clean lifestyle too, so I understand what you're saying. but you never know when that knock is going to come, and Father Time's going to say, "Guess what? Your time's up." And that's what I think Fury's doing. And this is not to knock where you put Usyk by any means. It's just so you say the longer it waits, the more it benefits Usyk. The only way I'll agree with that is if Tyson Fury's still snorting coke behind the scenes and not staying. If he's really like blowing himself out of proportion shape wise, and he's going to have to like crash diet to get back in shape, then yeah, you're right. But based off of calendar and ring wear, because Usyk had a long amateur career, Father Time's not on his side.
All right, now let me.
Yeah, I would counter that. Oh, my bad, VJ. Can I counter that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say okay. All right, we could say it was like I could say it's almost a situation akin to Crawford and Errol. One of them is a party boy, and the other guy isn't known for that. And we'll see what happens when they fight.
That's the first statement. I'll take that.
All right, now listen, we're gonna get back to business here. But that being said, let me read a super chat first. Shout out to SSC for his contribution to the super chat. He says he's giving us his list. He says Usyk number 1, Canelo number 2, Inoue number 3, Crawford number 4, Bivol number 5, Beterbiev number 6, Charlo number 7, Navarrete number 8, Estrada number 9, and Teofimo Lopez number 10. All right, shout out to SSC for his contribution to the super chat. I've got a bit of a tip here from the BDA board directors. They're telling us we're going too slow with the pound for pound list. We're almost at the 2 hours, 20 minutes away from the 2 hour mark. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to try to get to these phone calls as quickly as possible. And if you guys on the phone lines feel like you didn't get enough time, what we're going to do is we're going to be switching over to the open lines format. Okay, open lines. That means we're going to give you the Discord link for the open lines format, and you get to jump in, and it's going to be open panel. We're going to limit it to about 10 spots first, but nevertheless, you will be able to come in here and get your say. All right, fellas? So in 20 minutes, half an hour, we're going to be opening up full open lines. That means Discord, you get to jump on the panel, and you get to give us your list and talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about in case things get a little stale. Shout out to Rickstar for his contribution to the super chat. Rickstar says, BDA off to the trenches, latrines for a bowel movement. Yes, Sergeant. Nah, listen. I was not taking the deuce. Latrines is not a euphemism for that, and I take umbrage with what people are saying, that everyone's making poopy jokes or dirty jokes about my bowel movements. I say you guys got to step it up. That's what I say. Watch your keisters, meisters. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here. Pound for pound list. Who is next here? I think I accidentally hung up on somebody, by the way. So whoever that was, I apologize. 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, 832, you're on the air.
Okay. This is Aline Rodriguez.
Elian, okay, Elian. Now you called in with an interesting pound for pound list, right? I mean, you gave a super chat with an interesting pound for pound list.
Oh well, no, sorry, that was just Rare Breed hacked my phone.
Ah, come on. All right, so that's not your real pound for pound list then.
I told you.
No, that was just Rare Breed.
Okay.
Well, my actual pound for pound list is here it goes. Number 10, I have Estrada.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9, I have Beterbiev.
Hold on a second.
Number 8.
Oh, no. Number 8, go ahead.
Lomachenko,
all right.
Number 7, I have Charlo.
Jermall, right?
Yeah, the undisputed one.
Yeah, no, that's Jermall. Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Then I have Bivol.
There we go.
Then I have Spence.
You got Errol Spence, Earl.
Correct. And then I have Canelo, number 4.
The Canelo number 4. All right, number 3.
Number 3, I have Usyk.
Hold on a second for this. All right, Usyk. There you go. Number 2.
I have Bud Crawford, number 2.
And I think I can guess who's number 1. Yes, go ahead.
Anyway, my number 1.
There you go. Okay, so that's Elian's actual list. Now that he's figured out how his phone got hacked and all that, he's giving us his actual list right there.
Burberry's leaving some weird comments on
still shit,
there,
bro.
by the way. Oh.
Yeah. Did he visit some interesting websites? Is that what you're saying? He left some interesting website in your history? Ghetto Gaggers Volume 4 and shit like that? Yeah. That's what I got in my history, by the way.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying, man. Come on now. You haven't seen Ghetto Gaggers?
Are you sure you don't have arthritis medicine in your history?
No, come on. That's my history is clean, man. Let me tell you. All right. Now, what else was I gonna say? Well, what do you got to say? Well, that's your list. We got it up on the screen. Anything else you want to add? Comments?
I actually wanted to say, because a lot of people have been putting Crawford at number 1, and to me, the only reason why I'm putting him in number 2 instead of number 1, because he did have a great performance, is I don't know how much the car crash took of him out of Spence. That's part of the reason why, because I don't know how much that took out of him, and the other reason is Inoue is the one that went up in weight, right? This man started at 108 pounds. And he's fighting Fulton, who's not even supposed to be at 122 anymore for much longer. For that reason, for me, that masterpiece that Inoue had is above Crawford.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's an interesting justification right there for your list. You certainly broke it down. I got to tell you that much. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
One more thing.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. I think 2 things, actually, quickly. So for number 10, Better BF, and I've been debating either Better BF or Navarrete. However, the only reason with Navarrete is he hasn't looked good in this 130 division, and even though he's a 3-division champion, I think if he's able to beat what's his name?
Valdez, yeah.
Yes, I think if he's able to beat Valdez, I think he might be able to take Better BF's spot, just for the main reason that Better BF hasn't done anything as far as unification or going up in weight or really pushing himself. And I think Navarrete would if he does beat Valdez.
All right. Well, fantastic.
And last thing, you think the only thing killing him from being up there, number 1, number 2, is his inactivity, and it's not his fault; it's Yuri's fault. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me on the show. Have a good one.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, that was Elian's list right there. Shout out to Elian. Don't forget to hit the like, and we got to go back to the phone lines here. So again, we're going to try to get through as many calls as possible to get the list, and then we're going to move on to the open lines format, the full open lines format, which is open panel. Anybody can jump in. Well, we're going to have 10 spots, around 10 spots. No, maybe more, because we got we got people on the panel. Let's go to another list here.
Just let me go through my list at some point, BDA.
Yeah, absolutely, Gonzalo. Yeah. We're not gonna. By the way, I'm looking at my chat. I think somebody tried to hack my page, to my computer too, and I'm looking through my history. I'm just gonna click through a link here to see whatever this person was watching on my history on my computer. All right. I think we get the gist of it. I'm gonna have
I think that's my search history.
Sure, somebody else is watching that, right?
People haven't, there's a little thing called incognito mode. How would you use that next time? All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. And enough horsing around. Enough horsing around. Hold on a second. We actually got super chats to read here. We got a lot going on here. I'm definitely gonna get a headache at the end of this show. Let me tell you. All right, let's go to the super chat here. We've got shout out to Rickstar, who claims that I was taking a dump when I left. Shout out to Frank Bay. That's Boxing with Frank Bay. Everybody go subscribe to his channel, by the way. He's got a fantastic channel, open, as they call it, free smoke. He lets anybody on. He says, good show. BDA Chief is in his feelings. My list is pound for pound number 1, Explosion. All right, Chief, he's calling you out there. Yeah,
it's a troll list, and he knows it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he knows it, but it's interesting that you guys are keep going back.
You're right. He very well may not know it.
I mean, it's interesting that you guys keep going. I smell. You know what I smell, Chief? I smell a kumite in the future between you and Frank. That's something we're gonna have to look forward to. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's go to, and again, we're taking down pound for pound list. So call in and give us your pound for pound list. Let's go to 205. 205. You're on the air. 205. What's on your mind?
What happened, BA? Uncle Charles, what's happening now?
Oh, Uncle Charles, what's up, man?
Okay, I got my top 10 pound for pound, and realize this: if I can't pronounce your name, you ain't on the list. Let's start with number.
All right, let's go with that, man. Yeah.
I'm not going to pronounce these names. Let me go. Shakur Stevenson at number 10, Canelo at number 9, Bevel at number 8. That's Bevel.
Hold on. You're going a little too quick.
Deontay.
Hold on. You're going a little too quick. So number 7. No, excuse me. Number 8, Bivol. You're at 7 now. Yeah.
Okay. Deontay Wilder.
All right.
Tyson Fury.
Usyk. All right. We're at number 4. Yes.
Jamel Charlo.
All right.
Tank Davis.
That's Tank Davis, number 3. We're at number 2 now.
Devin
Haney. Number 1.
And number 1 is Crawford. That is my top. Them ones I can pronounce. Let me just say this. I'm going to send out a warning to Spence. Maybe you don't want to listen to nobody. Maybe you might listen to Uncle Charles. Maybe you might know what's best for you. I always believe in mental health. I mean, my uncle back in the day, back in the 70s, my uncle, kind of lost his mind from the Vietnam War. He lost his mind. Because you got to be out your mind and save your own toenails for 6 months in the shoebox. That's when you know you done lost your damn mind. Or you go to the gas station and ask for $5 for gas, and then you drink $5 gas straight out the nozzle, and you live to tell about it. That's when you are crazy. Or when you walking down the street buck naked, spilling down in honey mustard sauce. Now, I'm telling you, Spence, if you planning on getting back in that ring with Crawford, then I suggest you take all the witch doctors and voodoo doctors with you, because this time you won't make it out the ring. He's not going to carry you. He's going to get you out of there. And why would he do that? Because you didn't learn the first time. Maybe you might learn the second time. Mental health is a real serious thing. It's a real serious thing. You saving your toenails for 6 months in a shoebox. Who the hell is going to count that when they open that box? Who's going to do that? Not nobody with sense. I can tell you that damn much. So I'm telling Spence, stay out the ring with this guy. This guy is on a whole nother level. You did say you saw 3 of them. And if you see 3 Crawford, you know you need to take your ass out that ring. Go to 154, go out to some new meat, and leave Crawford alone. And I'm going to make this this closing. Remember in Rocky, when Rocky lost when Apollo lost to Rocky, and he was talking to his trainer, he said, Tony, what are you scared of? He said, you really want to know the truth? He said, man, he all wrong for us, baby. He said, I seen you beat this man like I never seen you beat this man before. And the man kept coming after you. We don't need that kind of man in our life. And what did Apollo do? He went on set up anyway, and he got his ass whooped. Stay home, retire, or go up to 154 and fight somebody that you can't pronounce their name. Do that. And that's all I got to say, BDA.
All right, Uncle Charles. Appreciate your call and take it easy out there, man. That's Uncle Charles. By the way, I think... all right, you're talking about toenails, going out naked, covering honey mustard. For a minute there, I thought he was talking about me. I say, how the fuck did this guy know all about me? But he was referencing, I believe, his uncle who was in Vietnam, and I can certainly
I think uncle is code name for BDA.
I think that's what it was, right? And then he says he was from the 70s. I said he must have known 70s recognized as well. It's a small circle here. It's a small world, and we all kind of know each other.
I used to say, what up, Jack?
What up, Jive Turkey? All right, now listen. We got a lot to get to here. We got a lot to get to here, so let's get serious here. All right. We're taking down your I keep saying predictions. We're taking down your pound for pound list. Again, we just had Crawford beating up Errol Spence. Before that, a couple of days before that, we had Inoue beating up Stephen Fulton. No tune-up at 122. and dominated that fight. So now the big question is, who's number one pound for pound? So every 6 months or so, we got to do a pound for pound show. It's like Clemenza said in the Godfather. Every once in a while, we got to do this type of things, clear out the bad blood. So that's what we got to do here. Let me go back to the panel real quick, because like I said, excuse me. Let's take one final phone call, and then if all of you guys are waiting on the phone, I'm gonna push the Discord link, and we're gonna do the open lines format where you guys can jump in there, because the phone calls, it's taking a little bit too much time. The BDA board of directors are telling me to go through them faster, but I really wanna. The fuck was that? Anyway, I really want to get to everybody's list. So. It sounded like that.
Just mute yourself. You got to pass gas.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went away for about 15 minutes before I came back. All right, listen. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Enough prevarication. Let's go to who was here. Oh, another 832 here. We got another 832 area code. 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind?
Yeah, hello, BDA.
Yes, 832, you're on the air. What's up? You're on the air.
Yeah, I only got my top 5 for today. Number 1 is Crawford, for what he did at welterweight.
Hold on, I gotta stop you right there. Caller, I gotta stop you right there. You gotta slow down a little bit, because you gotta give me time to write them down. And let's start from the bottom up. So if you could please start with number 5.
Uzek, because what he did at cruiserweight, moving up to heavyweight. Number 4, Canelo, undisputed, super middleweight. Won a championship at light heavyweight, even though he didn't clean out the house, the division, I mean. Number 3, Teo Pimo Lopez, for being undisputed lightweight. I know he lost, but beat Josh Taylor. Inoue, for flyweight and bantamweight, could possibly move up all the way to featherweight. And number 1, this era, pound for pound, is Crawford. Junior middleweight, undisputed. Welterweight, undisputed. And Canelo doesn't beat Charlo, I'm pretty sure Crawford could move up that much to weight and beat him. Nothing. I think he's still getting better, Crawford. So that's my top 5. It won't matter from 6 to 10. It wouldn't matter. So that was it, man. You're getting famous from that clip for the doctor suggesting that Errol Spence might have mental damage. But man, your show's getting up there, man. But that's it, man. Thank you for having me on the show, and best of luck.
Thank you, man. Thank you for your call. Bye. Good list here. Good list, and call back next time. Take it easy out there.
Bye.
That was an interesting phone call there. I mean, interesting list right there as well. Let's go to another phone call and give us your top 10 pound for pound list. Let's go to 973. 973, you're on the air. 973, what's on your pound for pound list?
Hey, BDA, how are you?
Doing fantastic. Hope you're doing fantastic as well.
Hey, BDA. I'm doing good. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick because I don't want to take up too much time. I'm going to run through the pound for pound list I have quick, and I'm going to make some short commentary on each one. Right. Number 10, Frank the Cuban Flash Sanchez.
Whoa. All right. Frank Sanchez.
Yeah. Nobody expected that. No. 9, Tank. 8, Bevo.
All right. I got it.
7, Artur Beterbiev.
Artur Beterbiev. Okay, that's number 7.
6, Teo Lopez. And 5, the great Lomachenko.
All right.
And 4, I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. I've actually kind of been debating in my mind, but Stevenson, Shakur.
Whoa. All right.
Yeah. And 3, Alexander Usyk, not Usyk, Usyk.
Usyk, all right.
And 2, Inoue.
Inoue, all right.
And 1, of course, the great Bud Crawford.
Oh.
And just, real quick, 10, the Cuban Flash, Frank Sanchez. I picked him because, this guy is really special, and like this list, it's subjective, right? You could say it's quantitative to a point, which it is, but it is subjective as well. I think the most objective parameter we have of this is, this kid was coming up FA Ajagba, and everybody thought he was going to start running through people. Frank comes in and, he makes him look kind of ridiculous. It kind of reminded me of, when Fury tranced Wilder. It was just a complete outclassing. Now, I think Frank, he's got that Cuban pedigree. He's going to kind of display a lot of the same, but he needs to have somebody. He needs to have, the promoters have to set this guy up with someone. But honestly, I think a lot of fighters are scared to fight this guy because, one, there's not a lot of benefit to fight Frank Sanchez, right? He's got no belts. He's got no built-up reputation, but he's dangerous, and he's pretty evil when you break down his fights. So, if you've got any type of reputability or a name, you go up against this guy and he smokes you, you just lost out. So there's a lot of risk there, and there's not much to win. That's why I think Frank deserves to be on the list. 9, Tank. This kid's special. I mean, he's always found, a way. Even with this Isaac Cruz fight, he broke his hand on this guy's hard head. He was still able to survive. He was still able to, use his wits and his speed and his reflexes and his IQ to get away from him and not get hit up or tagged and win the fight. And he's pretty much almost knocked out every opponent he's been in with. Ryan Garcia. This kid was supposed to be, really someone who was dangerous and whatnot. And Tank took him out with a grazing body shot, right? He's an animal, right? Bivol. I knew Bivol was great from, the middle of his career, basically. When he fought Joe Smith, and Joe Smith at that time eliminated B-Hop, even though B-Hop is old as fuck, he's still special, but he eliminated him, he knocked him out of the ring. So Joe Smith was a contender. And then when you saw what Bivol did to him, he took him apart, right? It was a clear difference in IQ and skill in the ring. Beterbiev, one step above Bivol because even though Bivol eliminated Canelo, it's a bigger weight class and whatnot, so you can give it credit, but not as much as the fanboys and the novices like to give it because he's kind of punching down, right? Beterbiev, I think, would have knocked out Canelo, and I think will knock out Canelo if he's able to get in the ring with him within the next year because Beterbiev is aging quickly. He's an absolute buzzsaw. He's got a 100% knockout ratio. And I think, unfortunately, he's getting a little old, but we need to get that fight between him and Bivol right quick to get the undisputed light heavyweight champion. I've always liked Beterbiev. The man's an absolute monster. Lopez, I think he proved himself, even though Taylor is not necessarily peak and at his prime now. He's kind of on a decline and was washed since one of the previous callers had mentioned that he obviously lost to Catterall. He was given the decision, which was kind of pathetic, but he did really, really outclass Josh Taylor. And, of course, he's got that signature win against Loma, which, that was pretty clear and decisive.
All right, do me a favor, caller.
Loma,
Do me a favor and speed it. Yeah, do me a favor and speed up because we're running out of time here.
Okay, absolutely. Loma, the great Loma, he's just got a huge amateur record. And, the guy's just got a huge proven record. He's old now, and he's still able to perform. His last fight, it was arguable. A lot of people were saying he actually won it, but he wasn't given the decision. Stevenson, not much proof in the pudding. This is just something that's subjective on my part. I think the kid's special. I see a lot in him, his speed, his reflexes. I think he's going to go very far if he's given the proper opposition to shine. Like, once Haney gets in there with him, he's going to take all the belts, I think. Usyk, great fighter, undisputed at cruiserweight. He's going up to heavyweight, and he's disciplining these guys, right? He beat Joshua twice. I don't think he's going to beat Fury. I think that's a lot of gas from people thinking a little guy like this is going to be able to beat Fury because I think Fury is just still going to be a little bit too much for him. But
90 seconds.
The guy is really, truly amazing in the sense of what he could do. Inoue, kind of speaks for himself, right? The guy is literally lightning quick. He's like almost Bruce Lee, you could say, personified in a boxing ring. The guy's really untouchable. And Bud, it's obvious, right? We just saw it. What he did to Errol was frightening. It was amazing. It was terrifying, and it was brilliant. The marked difference in speed, IQ, timing, lethality, just everything was just ridiculously, like, leagues above Spence. And he's 35, right? So he's going to go up. He's going to get all the belts from Charlo. And I think the next step is to embarrass Canelo, retire Canelo, and Bud will retire as the greatest of all-time boxer. That's all I got. Peace. Thanks.
All right. Very good list right there. He broke it down, and that was, I mean, he's, again, you can see that the whatchamacallit, the criteria for a lot of people sometimes, it's not necessarily accomplishments, but it's about the ability. So those are some of the standards that people are giving us here. All right, now listen, the phone lines, I see there's still people in the phone lines.
Oh, that dog.
He's got that dog, yeah. For people that are on the phone, I would suggest go to the chat. And
10 seconds.
All right. Go to the chat, and I'm going to be putting the Open Lines Discord link, okay? This is the Open Lines Discord link right there. And I posted a picture. I know Rafael and I think other people were having trouble figuring out how to join. So I put a picture there on how to join. If you're on your phone, when you click on that link, on that Discord link, you got to swipe from right to left to be able to see the area where you can see a speaker icon. And if you see the speaker icon, just click on it and boom, you're in the panel, all right? So fellas, everybody else here on the panel as well. Yeah, so sorry to everybody in the phone lines. We couldn't get to you, but now's your chance to jump on the panel itself so you can have more time to break it down. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so people...
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Yeah. For people on the Discord, make sure to head on over to the Open Lines Friday Discord, and there you can get your chance and your say. All right, fellas? Everyone on the panel knows what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, so everybody's going to the open line?
Yeah, you know where that is, right? Everybody?
Okay.
Yeah, it's down
I'll
the
get
block.
my list in when we get over there.
Yeah. Don't be shy to tell me if you don't know. Otherwise, I don't want you guys getting lost. And all right.
It's down the block. It's just down the block.
It's just down the block. But we're going down to Soul Street, all right? All right, let's go down to Soul Street. Take it easy. All right, let's go to the open lines. I see there's already people there. And again, here's the link. There's about 15 spots in there. So you guys can jump in and give us your pound for pound list. And don't forget, I'm going to be sharing my screen with you guys so you can see the pound for pound list. I see we got some people already. We got Don Madrazos, we got Amok, Recognize, Gonzalo, Anipomolus. I don't know if that's a Greek guy. All right, let me share the screen with you guys here.
Greek.
Can I go through my list, PDA, before I start getting fucking jumped?
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, go ahead, Gonzalo. Give us your list, police.
Yeah, please, you guys don't interrupt because I get sidetracked. No disrespect to the guys that are on here.
Let me
try to run through this quickly. Somebody had to say something. Hold on.
Recognize was busting your balls, but go ahead, yeah.
Oh yeah, recognize. Okay. Look, I'm just gonna say this before anything. I'm not putting Devin Haney because he got unfinished business with Lomachenko. Against a smaller guy, he wasn't dominant. He should have lost that fight. He didn't want to take the rematch. Tank Davis, rehydration clause,
well, hold on.
And the other one.
Hold on, Gonzalo. Sorry to interrupt. So are you starting now, giving me the names, or are you going through?
No. I'm just putting this. I'm just stating this before.
Okay.
Haney unfinished business with Lomachenko. Tank Davis, rehydration clause. That's not honorable. That's an honorable thing to do as a pound for pound fighter. You're not that. And Shakur Stevenson, 70 low blows against Robson Consensao, and really didn't want to trade shots with the Lion Killer Nakatila. He said, fuck that. I felt his punching power. And Murataya took him out in 2 rounds. So, yeah, he's got some good wins. But those are 3 names out there that are kind of like questionable. 2 names, I mean, for Shakur. So I'm not including those guys. Estrada, he's on the older side. I know he fought Chocolatito. They went neck and neck. But, you know, the smaller guys tend to age quicker. So I'm not putting him. I'm going to start off with my pound for pound list.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds.
At number 10.
Can you give me 2 seconds? Can you give me 2 seconds before? I don't want to sidetrack you later. Shout out to Rafael Garza for reestablishing his BDM membership program. Shout out to him. He says, I suspect that Clarissa is simping hard for Thurman. She's teasing him verbally and wants to get physical. with what's it? All right, that's an interesting read right there from Rafael Garza. I tend to concur with that analysis right there. I think Clarissa wants some of that Keys of Solomon dick, some of that new age dick. So shout out to Rafael Garza seeing all the angles right there. All right, Gonzalo, excuse me, sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead, the floor is yours. Pound for pound list.
Yes, at number 10, I got Luis Alberto Lopez,
Whoa,
aka El Venado.
Okay.
Luis Alberto Lopez is going to the UK and he's beating up these dudes. And I think you mentioned one time, Mr. BD, Luis Alberto Lopez is one of the rare fighters that goes in there and tries to actually like put hands on you and beat you up. From the beginning of the fight, he's going after you. So, taking Isaac Lowe, Josh Warrington, and the other guy up in Ireland, Michael Conlon, and knocking that dude out in 4 rounds is just the way he fights, pure athleticism, punching power, and getting up on your face, whether from the outside or like right on your chest. He's going to beat you up. He got good feet. So, he's got a trainer now, and if you make him just a little bit more marketable, he's going to go a long ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Venado Lopez at number 10. Number 9, I got Teofimo Lopez. He beat the man. And he beat 2 lineal guys at 35 and 40, respectively. And I actually had picked Josh Taylor to win. So when Teofimo beat him, going up 1 weight class, and looked that impressive, I was like, dude, this guy actually, he proved himself. So I got Teofimo Lopez at number 9. And number 8, I'm going to throw in there Jermel Charlo. I'm going to throw in Jermel Charlo because he avenged the 2 losses that he got by knockout. And he wasn't afraid to risk that opposite of to what a lot of these Americans do. They don't want to risk that and they wait entirely too long to make the fights happen. Like Crawford, credit to him, but they wait too long, man. And that's dude, what did you expect? Yeah, 5 years later, you were going to get an impressive win. One or the other guy was. But yeah, number 8, I got Jermel Charlo, plus he's slated to fight Canelo. He's hanging on by a thread. Doesn't mean because he's on there that was going to remain under, because every 12 to 18 months you get a reshuffling of the divisions, and he hasn't been active, but he's hanging on a thread because he is slated to fight Canelo. And Canelo's on the pound for pound list, so you got to make an argument that you're going to have 2 pound for pound fighters facing each other. And if Charlo beats Canelo, wow, you can't have him outside of the pound for pound list and just throw him on there all the way to the top. So he's got to be on there now because he's slated to fight another pound for pound fighter. And if he beats him, he's going to jump up some spots, obviously. Mm-hmm. So I got Charlo, number 8. I'm going to throw in there number 7. I'm going to throw in Beterbiev. That speaks for itself. 100% KO ratio. That's very rare in boxing. 100% KO ratio. So that's number 7. Number 6, I'm going to throw in there Fury. Fury is a heavyweight, and a lot of dudes say, why you put in why are you including a big dude like that? Because we know that the big dude could obviously beat the little guys. Yeah, but the bigger dudes, sometimes the bigger dudes can't do what the little dudes do. It's just think of a soldier in the military, how he can get on the monkey bars and go through little freaking obstacles, and how maybe that smaller dude can do a lot of pull-ups, and the bigger man can. I know.
Did I lose Gonzalo, or can anybody? I think
I can't hear him anymore either.
Yeah, Gonzalo, you dropped off, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, don't start now with everybody. Right? Can you hear me? It's Gonzalo, right? It's Gonzalo. Please, it's Gonzalo who's got some issues with his son.
Boxing guy, little, and after that, I got Dimitri Bivol at number 5, and not just because of the Canelo win, just his resume alone and the title defenses, he's already stacked up 10 or 11 title defenses, and he hardly ever loses a round. He's hanging on by a thread too, but he's just been that dominant because he hasn't fought lately. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he also got the Canelo win, but just the body of work alone, aside from the Canelo win, Bivol's on there. I got him at number 5. Number 4, I'm going to throw in Canelo Alvarez. Pound for pound, great career. It's not just about overall body of work and resume, but what have you done for me lately? He's been on a warpath. In 11 months, he became undisputed. He lost to Dimitri Bivol. He didn't get knocked out or anything. He showed good defense, still lost. Scorecards had a 7-5, but then went on to beat John Ryder. And that was a dominant performance, too. He's breaking bones still. Smith, Ryder, knocking out Caleb Plant. He's still running through these dudes. So Canelo Alvarez, and he's not old, by the way. He's not old. Jermell Charlo's the same age. Terrence Crawford is way older than Canelo.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Right. So we got I put Canelo Alvarez number 4, number 3, another heavyweight, Usyk, but he's a smaller heavyweight. So obviously he went up in division where he's not a true heavyweight and is beating up the giants, the big dudes, especially in the era of giants. I think Steve says so everybody's 6'5" and above. I don't know how tall this dude is. Maybe Muhammad Ali size, but obviously he ain't no natural heavyweight. So he's having to put on muscles where they're gonna slow you down even more, and is still doing the damn thing with the angles and the boxing style that usually characterizes the Ukrainian school of boxing. So yeah, he's a good fighter, great fighter. Number 2, I'm gonna put on there Terrence Crawford, and this is kind of interchangeable, but no, I'm just gonna put Crawford at number 2 because he's a double undisputed, and I know there's a lot of hype about he's undisputed. Obviously, if there's four belts to be had, people are gonna make those fights happen because it looks good for people to market fights for all the titles, and so you're gonna see more of that here in the future. And
all right, Gonzalo, you're cutting off.
Yeah, we lost him again.
Yeah, Gonzalo, you cut off there, man. I don't know if you can hear. I don't think he can hear us, by the way, because he was going on. Last time.
I don't hear him. It took him.
Gonzalo,
we need Rare Stink to make his list. We need to get Rare Stink on here.
Please no. I think Mirage emailed me his list, and it says Benavides. Yeah, okay. It's I'm kidding.
Oh, that's Mirage.
He just takes it up the ass for that nigga. It's crazy.
All right, Gonzalo, are you still there, man? Gonzalo, fuck, he's in the nether realm. All right, well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that he had Inoue. He was gonna say Inoue number 1.
Yeah, for sure.
So, he went all the way from 10 to 2, right? He went. So yeah, I'm sure Inoue was number 1.
So let's talk about the pound for pound list before we move on to another one. What do you guys think about Gonzalo's pound for pound list?
Here, I'll start and I'll let BBC recognize go. So I like Bernardo Lopez as like kind of eye test titleist. He's really, really good. But it might be a bit premature. I actually think at 130, he probably presents the best style to beat Loma at this point, should he go down. So like I do rate him highly. He's like in my top 15 pound for pound, or 15 to 20-ish range. He's still really good. I think Jermell Charlo is not a pound for pound fighter because he's 1-1 against the 2 best guys in his division, and his resume is not shit, but he's lost twice at 54, usually against smaller guys. All right, hold up, Mom, and I think a lot of these people just want to say Jermell Charlo is on the pound for pound list, so they can say Canelo beat another pound for pounder. So that's my opinion on that. And Fury shouldn't be on the pound for pound list for beating up that old LDBC bum Twerk, Wilder Twerk, or Twerk Squad dude or whatever. Wilderette, there you go. That's his nickname, Wilderette.
Well,
but I would say other than that, I agree with the other 3 names he has on his list. Yeah, no Fury, no Charlo. I'd rather have Venado Lopez than fucking Jermell, to be honest, on the pound for pound list because at least he's active.
Well, what does everyone else think about the Guns' pound for pound list?
I thought it was respectable. The only thing is the Jamal thing. He's running up to hide to get beat up with Canelo for bigger money instead of getting beat up by Crawford. Because if he stays at one, because I think he'd probably go to Crawford just because it'd be probably big money there too, bigger money. But because the rumor has it that's what Crawford wants to do. He wants to go to 154 and take out Charlo. And I'll just state it for the record now. Not only does he beat him, but he probably beats him easier than he beats Spence.
Yeah, but Crawford
stops him sooner.
Jermell's not coming back down in weight, though.
I don't think so.
I want to see
He's going to get slaughtered.
Virgil Ortiz and Tim Tszyu. If Crawford beats and knocks out Virgil Ortiz and Tim Tszyu, he's number 1 pound for pound. That's the shit I got to see. That would be like, wow.
Virgil Ortiz, but he's not going to be. When he comes back, he's going to be taking it easy. He's not going to be going into a fight like that if he comes back at all, which...
No, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even Tim Tszyu is a really good win. But we don't know about Virgil yet. It's still a question.
Why would Charlo come back down? I mean, why would he...
He's not.
No, why would he stay up?
What do you mean?
If he loses or wins?
Like, if he stays at... What, is he going to stay at 168?
Dude, this is his retirement
Come
check.
down to
Listen, Jermell
160.
Charlo walked around at 185 fucking pounds. He's not coming back down.
160
to
would
fucking
he'd
middleweight.
be in the same weight class as his brother.
Well, he could do that because listen, we know they're not going to fight each other. The brothers, well, I don't know. These days, I'm not too sure. I mean,
There's no money at 160 either.
Their wives were going at it. Their wives were going at it. So I don't, so they might have a beef with each other.
Unless you're a 60-year-old ticket ripper from fucking Las Vegas, 60-year-old woman, it seems the only person he's got fucking tough with. He wasn't ready. He wasn't going to fight Canelo. Too scared to do that. So he got his little brother do it. He got fucking bitch slapped by a fucking plant. Did nothing about it. Didn't even really charge him. And then did you see him later on at the fight when that woman tried to can I see a ticket? He almost just shoved her out of the way. Like disrespectful fuck. You see that video? So I don't think, excuse me, I don't think you can even see him in fucking boxing anymore. I think his days are gone or numbered.
He'll be a blood sacrifice. There'll be
hold on. About the whole.
Yeah, doesn't he have a Balenciaga?
BDA talking.
Yeah, just real quick about what Jimmy's saying. Like, he pushed a woman. Listen, I always say, you want to act like a man, you get treated like a man. How about that?
Did you see the thing I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an old woman, man. He was.
Well, I see you doing a job. Like I got to see a ticket. Well, when you're on the floor, you can't just, you know what I'm saying. You can't just walk onto the floor there. That's people paying $5,000 up a ticket. Well, you can, Mr. BDA, but you also have Secret Service type people around you, so it's obvious. But I'm talking about somebody like Charlo. That fucking dude. You know what I mean? Christ. The only thing he's scary about is if he shows up in your neighborhood and says, "Oh yeah, I bought the house down the street."
Come on, wait a minute.
I'd be fucking scared. Well, come on.
Yeah. You know the funny thing about him is like
once that mess living next to you.
You know, if it were Tyson, she would just let him go. But that goes to show that Charlo, you're not a fucking star. Nobody knows who the fuck you are.
Oh,
it's crazy that the WBC still got him as a champion, man. That's kind of disgraceful, man. Look, and also just imagine somebody that dude's coming to slap you. And your reaction to remember when Caleb Plant slapped Canelo? Canelo got his get back on the way in when he was wearing not even sneakers, like slippery ass shoes. He fucking landed that counter strike. Charlo,
he rolled
fucking clown, dude. No reaction time. That dude's fucking like in full retirement.
Listen, Gonzalo. Like if Caleb Plant's career, it just kind of plateaus. He has a huge stake in that slap contest, whatever that shit is. He could fucking win some shit there, man. Because that slap was legendary. That was like, it echoes.
I don't think he's going to power slap.
You can't do what he did. You can't jump or you can't pivot.
He grabbed his face.
That was a gazelle slap.
That's why he got slapped.
And apparently what happened right there is that he tried to take his drink. So he knew he was coming for him because he disrespected Caleb Plant. It's not like just Caleb Plant went up there and smacked him. Because I don't like you. No. Charlo went and tried to snag his drink from him. He tried to punk him. So he got punked back.
Right.
Yeah, you don't mess with a man's drink. You don't mess with a man's drink. That's for sure.
I got a question for the panel, for the pound for pound list. So if we get Ioka and Estrada in December and either guy wins, do they get more credit than Canelo beating Jermell Charlo?
No.
I would personally give the winner that more credit.
What was the question?
If Ioka and Estrada unify Superfly, does the winner of that fight get more credit than Canelo beating Jermell Charlo or Crawford beating a zombie in Errol Spence?
I don't even know who the fuck that Unoco guy is.
He's a 4-weight world champion. He's unified at
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm about to say, fuck, man, Jimmy, you had me scared, dude.
I'm joking, dude. I'll tell you this, Uncle Charles, because he didn't put Inoue on his. He didn't even have Inoue in his top 10. Uncle Charles, what do you say there? But he had kind of established when he said, "If I can't say your name, you're not on my list."
Yeah, that was like he was just a troll list at that point. So respect.
Hey, but you know what? No, you know what he was. To Uncle Charles' credit, he said he has an uncle who went to Vietnam, and you gotta keep in mind because I went to Vietnam too. I was there in the shit, and a lot of us I've noticed a lot of vets, they don't differentiate between Asians. For them, yellow is yellow. It's Viet Cong all the way. It doesn't matter if it's Japanese, Chinese. It's all the same to them. By the way, shout out to
my uncle went to Korea and lost his legs to a Chinaman.
That's right. That's right. There you go. See, people, kindred spirits right there. Shout out to Earl Stevens. That's Earl. Shout out to him for his contribution to Super Chat. He says Canelo's a natural middleweight. Undisputed at higher weight class, Crawford and Inoue size different isn't as evident, and pound for pound is what you can do to big men. That's right. Shout out to Earl Stevens. Shout out to him for his contribution. Shout out to Slugger Sam, the Slugmeister in the house. Shout out to him, and he says, what's he saying here? He says, he's giving us his pound for pound list. Bud, number 1. Monster Inoue, number 2. Teofimo Lopez, number 3. Usyk, number 4. Haney, number 5. Beterbiev, number 6. Canelo, number 7. Charlo, number 8. Loma, number 9. And he's got Tank Davis, number 10. So shout out to
I think Slugger Sam converted to Islam, having Haney number 5. So I don't think he's a Jesus lover anymore. That's fucking terrible.
I think it's the other way around. The guy that referred to me as recognized the BBC or some shit like that. Yeah.
Well,
I think he was a Muslim.
Yo, is Frank the Tank on this panel?
I don't think so.
Nope.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Is Frank the Tank here?
No.
He isn't? Okay, then I'm gonna have to address his list in my alter ego as Arnold. Arnold says, Frank the Tank, you an idiot. You're so fucking stupid. Your list is garbage. You're doing psychedelics at the dispensary with Jamel Charlo and going to the frat house with Errol Spence, drinking it up, getting all fucking stupid. So your list is idiotic. You have to understand.
I don't know
the
about
pound
your
for
Arnold,
pound,
but you're missing the point
number
about
one
the Arnold
is Moody.
Schwarzenegger
I'm the
accent.
number one. The governor.
You have to have the proper accent to do it. It's a very bad accent you're doing. But I have the Tank the Tank.
All right, we got the fucking Arnold competition here. All right, guys.
What the fuck are we doing? Wait, the governor to win. Yeah,
guys,
I take more PEDs than all the boxers all around the world.
PEDs in my back pocket. What are you talking about?
All right, fellas, we're not gonna get into
Danny DeVito. They say you look like.
We're not gonna get into it. We're not gonna. Hey, fellas. Everyone's talking. Hey, fellas, everyone's talking at the same time. Everyone's talking over. We got two Arnold impersonators talking over each other.
What the fuck are we doing out here? I asked you.
A little decorum, a modicum of decorum here, please. By the way, hold on a second. So again, I'm not kidding around. Somebody hacked my PC, and I'm looking through the history here. Let me click through another link here. See what the person was watching with my computer.
Yeah, spell that gay porn after the history.
All right, hold on a second. What the fuck was that? All right, let's get back to the list. Hold on. We got to get back here. We got to get back to business. Let's get back to the basics.
It was lazy lefty hacked you.
That's right. We got to get back to the basics.
Oh, no. Can I just be honest about that list? I wouldn't let fucking Haney hold on to my list. Never mind be on it. Fuck.
All right.
Hey, Jim Marino, I sent you I sent you a message. Just want to let you know.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm still learning how to fucking use this Discord. I just figured something out right now. It's a work in progress, but
you gotta remember, Jimmy.
Hey, by the way, sorry to interrupt, but Frank Bay is in the chat.
Actually,
Frank says, hold on, fellas, please.
I know.
Frankie says, "Damn, this fool loved me looking for me." Who was looking for Frank on the panel here? Who's the one that said, "Hey, is Frank here?"
Arnold Schwarzenegger,
the Terminator.
Arnold, Arnold, the Governator, Sperminator, number 1. Yeah.
All right. Hold on a second. This is insane. All right, listen, fellas, we're taking down pound for pound list here. It's getting a little too crazy here.
Yeah,
a little too crazy for my life.
Are you guys going on the panel? Because I just want to say, listen, I don't have much of a list. I think they're all deserving to be on the list, but it's interchangeable due to the fact that, there's a recency bias, and how they succeed. It's like a what have you done for me lately thing, just like a power rankings in football. But I actually do have a list, but it's a little bit spicier. It's like it's the pound for pound worst callers in BDA boxing history.
Wait a minute. You got something as the callers now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Well, what's your problem with the callers? Break it down.
No. I'm just giving you my list. You want me to share it?
Sure.
Okay. At number 5, I have I Am Your Leader. And number 4, I have Soothsayer. Like, I don't want to hear about fucking UFOs. If I did, I would watch Ancient Aliens. Number 3, Olaf, because he doesn't be here enough. You know, he's a funny motherfucker. He says a lot of crazy things. Number 2, Kevin from Chicago, because he's a racist troll. And Frank the Stanky Leg as my number 1 because, man, I mean, it's amazing how this guy, you know, he says, you know, he speaks, you know, fluent English, puts his sentences together, but at the same time sounds like a fucking idiot. It's amazing.
You talk about Frank Bay.
Yeah, that's my number 1.
All right. So he's giving us
my number 1 name is Booty Juice, Mr. Booty Juice. That's the greatest name ever.
That is the greatest name, indeed.
That's a good name.
Let's go back to the basics here. Let's go back to the basics here. Let's go to the full.
Hold on, I joined.
Please.
Okay.
Please, because we got Annie. I don't know if he's Greek or not, but we'll find out. Anipomoulos. Anipomoulos, are you there? Anipomoulos. I see you're muted, and I don't even know if you got your microphone.
He's not going to be able to hear you. His headphones are muted too.
Right. Can I just say something, Mr. BDA? This is not Open Nines Friday. It's just the link, so we don't treat this. It's not the same type of go crazy. So when Mr. BDA talks, everybody has to try to be mindful of that.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. All right, we can hear. Yeah, I can hear you, Anipomoulos. Go ahead. You wanted to give us your list.
Yeah. At number 10, I'll put Jermel Charlo. It's wait. Let me put Teofimo Lopez. It's either him or Charlo, to be fair. I don't know who to put, but I think Teofimo Lopez. He could have beaten Kambosos. I may be Greek, but I don't really like Kambosos like that. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
And yeah, it's Teofimo Lopez, then Jermel Charlo, since he beat Kambosos twice. At number 8, who do we got?
I thought you said number 8.
I'm gonna put Haney. How about Haney? Yeah, let's put Haney.
Yeah,
At number 7,
you sound very unsure of yourself. I don't even know how good this list is going to be if you sound unsure of yourself.
Yeah, right now with current active boxers, pound for pound, I don't really have done much research, but it's okay. A lot of people before me sounded like they didn't do any research with. They put Wilder in this list. I mean, come on. And I'm at number 7. I haven't even started yet. So yeah. Number. We got Teofimo Lopez, Charlo, Haney. We got Devin Haney. Really solid with Haney. Then Tank Davis. In my opinion, Davis is one of the best boxers overall right now. I mean, he's not gonna lose in a while, and he's a bit waiting for the Inoue fight with him, if that ever happens. Yeah,
the can crusher.
That's number 7. We got number. That's 6, right? Let me see.
Yeah, we're at 6 now. We're at 6.
Yeah. Put Canelo on there.
You got the Brad Pitt as Achilles, number 1. Yes.
What?
No. Ignore these animals. Just keep going there. Please.
Don't pay attention.
Okay, number 6 we got Canelo. He's an old-timer, really good. But number 5 we got Bivol since he lost. Yeah. Number 4 we got Usyk. I mean, he's not gonna lose anywhere soon, and I bet more my money on him even if he goes against Fury, something like that. It's easy money. Number 3. Wait, who am I missing?
You tell me, man.
Jake Paul?
You can put Jake Paul. Listen, you still got
Tommy Fury.
Oh wait, yeah, I meant to put Lomachenko. Yeah, I meant to put Lomachenko number 4 and Nozick number 3. That's why I got confused. Okay, and number 2, I really wanted to put Inoue number 1. He's but will Inoue is a fucking general in the ring, man. It's ever since I've been tracking him since that Moloney fight. He's the best boxer I have seen in a while, to be fair. He's definitely my favorite right now. He's got the agility, the speed, the accuracy, everything you want in a boxer, and no matter what, how much weight he puts on or loses, he doesn't lose those attributes. So yeah, anyway, he doesn't have the resume of Crawford. That's the only thing bringing him down. So Inoue was number 2, and Terence Crawford, he hasn't lost in ages. He's the best pound for pound in my opinion right now. Been a lot of guys like Sean Paul giving Benavidez his first loss, and overall pretty good, man. That's it.
All right, well listen,
he had Jermel at 9, by the way. If you were wondering, he had Jermel Charlo at 9.
I thought he said
Teofimo Lopez.
Oh, okay, you're right. Shout out. Okay, so shout out to Animopoulos here. He said Charlo number 9. Who wants to dissect this list? Go ahead, panel. You tell me.
I'll start first. I'll make it real quick. It's a pretty good list. The side of Haney, Cam Crusher, Davis, and Charlo. I mean, Charlo's not terrible, but Haney and Davis shouldn't be on here. I would have Estrada on there. Ioka should be on there, personally. And then maybe, we'll see what happens with Navarrete Valdez. But, I mean, it's not a terrible list. It's just, I think 7, 8, 9 are not ideal.
Anyone else want to comment on Andy Pomolo's list?
Yeah, I basically made this list with. I like Tank Davis. I know that maybe pound for pound he's not that great as other guys, but he's one of my favorites. So I gotta put him on the list, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment on his list?
Yeah, how come Jake Paul's not on there? He's more active than Gervonta Davis, and he fights bigger names.
Point.
Yeah, I know. Animopoulos put Jake Paul,
yeah, aren't all the Gervonta people, all the people that count his accolades by the pay-per-view sales and how big of a star he is? If that's the case, then yeah, Jake Paul should totally eclipse him.
Oh, please no.
Right? Doesn't Jake Paul sell more pay-per-views than Stank Davis?
Yeah, he's also fought bigger names.
Oh yeah, totally.
And he's more active.
He fought Floyd Mayweather, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe.
No, his brother.
Well,
did.
that was the other
brother.
player.
They both look alike. It don't matter. We're gonna count it anyways.
They're just white guys.
No. They should fight together. They should do a fight.
Who wants to give his ring?
If Tank Davis wants to do over 1 million pay-per-view buys again, he should fight Jake Paul. Then he'll be the pay-per-view king.
Yeah,
right,
Jake Paul, and then the winner fights John Cena. Yeah.
Anniopoulos, are you from Greece or are you in America?
He said
I'm from Greece.
No, I'm saying, are you in? Well, I know you're from Greece. Are you in Greece right now?
I am in Greece.
Oh, very nice. All right.
I was gonna say Ohio, but whatever. I get it wrong every once in a while. All
you
right,
ever been to America?
Nah.
In Astoria, it's Little Greece. And you come to New York, you go to Astoria.
Can I give you my pound for pound?
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm glad you're.
I don't know if you want to come to
fortuitous that you're Greek, man, because I'm built like the Parthenon. Let me just tell you that right off the bat. So it's quite fortuitous that you're Greek and you're here, because just reminded me of that. But listen, let's get back to the pound for pound.
He's built like Achilles.
There you go.
You're built like Arnold's Hammer. Yeah.
All right, stop. Would you stop with the Arnold impersonation? It's creeping me out.
You've got to stop with these bad impressions.
I think you're jealous, BDA. That's all it is.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. You're probably right. All right, listen, we got to get back to the pound for pound list here. Who wants to give the pound for pound
Give
list
my pound for
next?
pound. I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine.
Refer to me as recognize the BBC from now on.
I'll go after Earl. I'll go after Earl. Earl, and then
No, yeah. Let me give you mine. I got one Canelo.
No,
I got two.
You gotta go. You gotta go by the bottom up.
Okay, all right. Let me think. All right, two. Fuck you. Let me just go fucking top up because I can't think backwards right now. Shit.
Right.
Let me give you fucking one Canelo, two fucking Inoue, three. I'll give you Usyk.
Okay, Usyk.
4. I'll give you Bud. And 5. I'm about to give you Jermell. I throw Bud on 3 because I never rated Errol Spence as a top 5 pound for pound. He was the only fucking pound for pound fighter that never went up a weight class and was fucking compromised during his fight. So whatever that is, take that for what it is. And Crawford looked fucking either the same size or even bigger than Errol Spence in that fight. So that's why I put Bud Crawford number 3. Usyk, the way he beat Joshua, Usyk was clearly the smaller man, beating a bigger man that can knock you out with one punch and show the skills to beat a bigger man. So I have him above Bud.
Oh, wait a minute. You confusing me. Hold on. So you have Usyk number 3 then?
Oh, yeah, I have Usyk number 3 above Bud.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I have Usyk number 3 above Bud. Yeah, so Usyk did more impressive things than Bud did because Errol Spence can knock you out with one punch. Joshua can. And Inoue, I mean, it speaks for itself. All the weight classes with Did Fulton and all that. And then Canelo number 1, just because he's always a smaller man in the ring, putting his skills up against a bigger man and coming up on top for the most part. Bivol was a little too much to get over, but I mean, Bivol's a great fighter, so I don't count losses against a fighter like that. And his resume speaks for itself. And yeah, that's my top 4, top 5.
All right. Anyone want
who wants to disagree?
Yeah, who wants to dissect this
Aside of
list?
Charlo, it's a pretty good list. But Charlo's garbage for number 5. No way he should be there. But other than that, your first
Who should
four,
be
not
there?
at
What do you
all.
think should be there? Either him or Loma. I got either him or Loma.
Loma is easily more accomplished, and I don't even have Charlo
That's
on my
true.
pound for pound list at all. Like I don't have Jermell Charlo on my pound for pound list at all. You got Beterbiev, more accomplished. Estrada, Navarrete, Bivol, Teofimo Lopez. These are all fighters that should be above Jermell Charlo pound for pound, in my opinion.
And
I
let's
have
keep it
Jermell
real.
Charlo at 11 or 12.
And let's keep it real. Is Errol Spence really that boogeyman?
No,
The way they had Triple G. Hold on, the way they had Triple G as the boogeyman, the way Kovalev was a boogeyman.
Kovalev was
he
shot
really
to
a boogeyman?
fucking pieces.
It don't matter.
The first fight Canelo lost. The second fight was very close. Like what?
You talking about Kovalev or Triple G?
Triple G. The first fight, he was Triple G clearly won. The second fight was very close. You could have went either way. And Kovalev was shot to fucking pieces. He'd already been stopped twice. Well, the Andre Ward stoppage was bullshit, but Eliter Alvarez had already stopped this dude. He almost came off getting stopped by Anthony Yard. This dude was shot.
But he wasn't
Kovalev
stopped.
was
He
shot
wasn't.
to fucking pieces when Canelo knocked him out. I do give Canelo credit for moving up in weight, but don't act like Kovalev was the world beater he once was. He wasn't.
Well, let's see
He
somebody
wasn't a
else do the same.
fighter.
Give me another big crusher that's fucking out of his prime that somebody knocked the fuck out.
What are you talking about?
Like, just give me what his equivalent. Like, give me his equivalent. That equivalent of what happened with another fighter. Like, even if you say, I don't believe what you say. I mean, yeah, he probably wasn't in his prime, whatever, but he wasn't shot to pieces.
I think he got over on Laura as well.
He just beat Yard.
Yeah, Canelo can't be number 1, bro. Sorry, man. That's just not. This isn't the all-time list. It's the pound for pound list. It's not the all-time.
Yeah,
right now.
So who's number 1? So who's number 1?
Canelo might be the number 1 guy when it comes to career accomplishments. That's okay, but current pound for pound, no, he's not number 1.
Isn't pound for pound the smaller man beating the bigger man? So who's doing that?
Yeah, but
no one's really doing that except for a handful of guys.
And then you got Canelo, you got Lomachenko, you got Ronaldo Lopez. Who's the smaller man beating the bigger man?
No one's really doing it.
He does bring up a good point in terms of size.
Everyone's trying to be a weight bully.
He does bring up a good point about size difference. If you look at Canelo, very few guys, he's their height. There's hardly anybody or their size. He's the smaller guy. The only thing is that I would just take skill set, and I think that there's plenty of guys skill wise that are better than Canelo.
Right, that's a different list, though. That's not what.
Well, here's the
pound
thing,
is.
though. Like
Well,
Canelo,
that's how I
Canelo's
rate.
the
That's
same
how I
height as
rate.
Crawford, and his reach is a little lower, less than Crawford.
that's
No,
and he's
Crawford's got
fighting
really
way
long
bigger
arms.
guys.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. I mean, that's fine.
Let's define pound for pound. Who do you think is more skilled? That's a different question.
Yeah, I want to
You
see.
know what I'm saying? Like,
I
are
want
we
to see how
thinking pound
skilled
for pound?
Crawford would look fighting at 160
Just say this one
or
point.
168.
Pound originally was created.
He's went up 3 divisions. I mean, like one.
Can I say this real quick? Pound for pound was originally created based off your skill set, and then the imagination would be, if that person was in the same weight class as the other person. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
We don't need an imagination with certain fighters, though. With dudes like Canelo, Lomachenko, we don't need imagination because they're at a bigger weight class, and they're proving it to us that they're great fighters at a bigger weight class than what they're naturally set at. You know what I'm
Absolutely,
saying?
that's what I'm saying. So you see the theory, right? The theory is like who does it better? Who does it better? These are all great fighters, but there's going to be people that are going to hold the criteria.
I agree with that.
The original,
And it's tough to recognize as saying, how can you have, if you have Canelo and you like have Loma higher up in the pound for pound list because they're beating bigger guys as smaller men, why the fuck is Jermell Charlo, who went 1-1 with Castano, who's 5'6" at number 5? It makes no sense.
That's why I say you could switch him with Lomachenko and shit because of that.
But there's more.
The only reason I say that because he's accomplished. He's accomplished, so I give him that credit.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad fighter, but he's been inactive for a year and a half. Why? Can you really name? Well, that's probably due to your maybe lack of knowledge of the sport. But there's 10 fighters that I can clearly name that are more accomplished than Jermell Charlo. I did that earlier. I made my pound for pound list earlier. Like, are there really 10 guys that Jermell Charlo? Are there less than 10 guys that Jermell Charlo's accomplished?
Did you hear what Mike Tyson said about Inouye? Did you hear what Mike Tyson said about Inouye?
No, what he's better than Pacquiao or something?
Mike Tyson said he's better than Manny Pacquiao. What he means by that is skill-wise.
Yeah, he's a better boxer.
But he's not talking about body of work and the results. Okay,
Yep.
What he means is that when you look at what he can do, and then on top of that you take his flawless skill set, the footwork, hand speed, the power, the precision, and all that stuff, it's better.
It's disputed.
Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson said that David Benavidez is one of the best fighters right now.
And to be fair, also, to be fair, hold on, let me say this. Hey, to be fair, combination punching is a skill set that's underrated that Manny Pacquiao had, and he was able to accomplish that with bigger fighters. Inouye's skill set, I don't see him being as accomplished as Manny Pacquiao because of his skill set. Manny Pacquiao's an underrated skill set because you might not have the defense or whatever.
Listen, you might be right. You might end up being right and I think more likely you are, because the fact that Manny Pacquiao just continued to go up in weight and then dominate the welterweight division for as long as he did.
Trash.
That's not really.
People don't count combination punching as a skill, and that's bull. Combination punching is a skill.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
That's something that Inouye does not have. That's something that Inouye does not have that Manny Pacquiao did have.
Combination is a necessity. It's a necessity. I mean, so like that's.
No, that's a skill, bro. Show me how many top fighters show great combination punching.
No, that's a skill.
Yeah,
that's
right now, right now, the way Canelo fights, he doesn't do combination punching.
Not anymore. He loads up.
Not anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't do that anymore. But listen, what I'm gonna do, you fellas, before I go, I'm just gonna do a quick 5, and it's good because you guys were talking about smaller guys, and I think most of the guys on this list, actually all of these guys on the list, are mostly smaller guys that face larger guys and do substantially well against those larger guys, as we saw this weekend. I got number 1 Bud, 2 Inouye, 3 Usyk, 4 Canelo, and 5 I gotta give it to Lopez because I love that comeback. It was a dominating performance against a much bigger and powerful guy. All these guys usually outperform and outdo their bigger opponents, and there's something to be said about that, man. This guy's coming up. I mean, if I put Bud against any of these guys in the same weight class, I think that would be a hell of a fight. Any of these guys against each other would be a hell of a fight, and I give him a lot of credit for that, plus the accomplishments. I do like what Lopez did at beating a prime a prime Lomachenko, and I do like what Usyk did, beating a top heavyweight, the man at heavyweight. In a way, of course, we saw this weekend, and just Bud dismantling Crawford this weekend. I know there was a lot of talk about the neurological damage, and that's all great. We can say that about a lot of fighters. We can say that
Not
about
like
a lot of
Spence.
guys.
Not like Spence, bro. Not like Spence.
Well,
bro.
listen, I
That's
understand.
unfair. That's unfair.
I understand,
Yeah,
but
that is unfair.
we can definitely say that about a lot of guys out there. That listen. Look at Maul's face. I think it's the older one. He kind of has almost a cross eye and on one side. It's like there is damage. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everyone has to a degree. Some are greater than others.
Yeah, but Don, progressively, this guy is.
But I'm just gonna. I just wanted to leave you guys with that 5. I think you guys made a really good point. Right now, you guys are talking about smaller guys taking on bigger guys, and this is the list that I have just for a quick top 5. I'm gonna duck out. You guys, it's been really fun listening to you guys. You guys are making great points. And Jimmy, I hope you get my message on the Discord messenger. I'll catch you guys next time.
All right, you guys. I got a quick question for the panel. Now that Mel
Wait,
Don is leaving.
wait. Can I give my list, Mr. BDA?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was on the phone line, and I just wanted to hop in and give my list.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, fantastic. Let's go to it.
All right. So at number 10, I have, and I'm gonna be concise, but number 10, I have Shakur Stevenson. So I wanted to hear you guys' opinions. I really think, I just want to hear you guys' opinions. Shakur Stevenson, I think eye test. I mean, it seems like he's the next Bud Crawford in the making. Number 9, I had Teofimo Lopez, like everybody's been saying. The Josh Taylor win, the Lomachenko win, very, very impressive. The only reason he's this low is because of that Kambosos loss, which is aging like milk. So, like everybody was saying. Number 8 is Errol Spence.
No way.
Well, here we go. But listen to me.
Let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish, bro.
Errol Spence lost to, even looking at the panel and what we've been saying, he's lost to what? The number 1 or number 2 best fighter in the sport, who's looking like a generational talent, who
The
obviously
dude didn't win a round, dude. He got completely.
Hold on, let him finish.
He got clipped, but I'm not gonna give Errol. If you take that Bud Crawford loss off Errol Spence's resume, you're looking at like one of the best fighters in the world, clearly. So it's just the Crawford loss, and he's the best in the sport. Him or anyone. So anyway.
Also, with what the doctor was saying the other day, like how much can you put into that Crawford win? If he's really having this neurological damage.
It sounds like a discredit, bro. He just
you're trying to discredit, man.
It sounds like a discredit.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because Crawford was not.
I found out that doctor bags groceries at the fucking Quick Mart, so let's just get past that.
Listen.
I'm kidding, just trying to bring a little levity to it. Okay, finish your list, my brother.
All right. I had Make America Great. Goodora got deported is going to hate this, but I have Jermell Charlo, who's an undisputed champion in his weight class. At number 7. Because he's undisputed. Let's not discredit the man. All right. Anyway, and then number 6, I had Canelo, who is here out of respect. I don't have him winning against David Benavidez whenever that happens, but that's fine. We'll keep going. Number 5, I had Dimitri Bivol because he's one of the best boxers in the world. It's really between him and Beterbiev at light heavyweight. He's dominant. He beat Canelo, and he would have beat Canelo at 168. Like everybody keeps talking about Canelo went up, like that was dominance. Like he just beat him. Like he would have. Bivol can make 168, and he could have went down and beat Canelo if he takes the fight at 168. I feel like that's fair. And then number 4, I had Beterbiev, 100% knockout ratio, crazy dominant. I don't even need to explain that. Like if this was your favorite fighter and he beat everybody and people can't finish a fight with him, you would have him up here too. Number 3, Usyk. Should be 2-time undisputed going forward if Tyson Fury stopped being a woman and fight him. Usyk would have what Crawford has, maybe. And then number 2, I have Inoue, and then number 1 is going to be Crawford. And I had Crawford over Inoue just because I just feel like some people had Errol Spence on the pound for pound, and I don't think a lot of people, I'm blanking on the name, but who anyway just beat. He wasn't on anybody's pound for pound.
Almost no one here had Spence on the pound for pound list. By the way,
Well, no, but some people do.
He's referring to Fulton.
Hey, Spence was pound for pound, going life and death with Sean Porter, bro.
All right, so
what kind of bullshit is that?
Listen. This fight was touted to be a 50-50 fight. Spence
But it
was
wasn't.
looking like a boogeyman. He was big.
But it wasn't.
No, but
But it
that's
wasn't.
what it's supposed to be though. Because if you look at Spence's resume and who
But
he's
it
beat,
wasn't.
all
But it
those
wasn't.
champions,
It was disgusting.
all those champions, though.
Let's establish one thing though. It wasn't 50-50. It was a destruction.
But Spence was that guy though.
No, he wasn't. He was
marketed as that guy.
Listen, and this is no disrespect to you, dude. That was mass psychosis. That was a Twitter. That was a Twitter.
Let's be fair.
Let me finish.
Wait,
that was.
Let Jimmy finish, and then you can.
I haven't said anything for an hour and a half. So yeah, let me finish. That was fucking mass psychosis. That was Twitter-induced psychosis from a bunch of erosexuals. And I respect Errol. He's a good, basic fighter. And way before the accident, I said Trevor beats him. And I used to say easily. So he never fooled me because he's a basic 1-2 puncher, and he comes straight at you. He was tailor-made for Crawford. I was saying that forever. I didn't change it till he stops him, till I saw him act weird about the way he was taking punches from Ugas with his 36% knockout ratio. That and the drinking. I think the doctor might have been on something. I mean, on par with what he was saying, but I attribute that to more to drinking. I think he has more of a wet brain than he does a fucking crash brain. So either way, I think the alcohol dulled his skills. Let's go over his resume real quick. I'll make it simple. Mickey Garcia, he got put on everybody's. That was the fucking fight that catapulted him to pound for pound status by his fans, even though there was a larger size disparity between him and Lomachenko and Rigondeaux, and the same people who catapulted Spence denounced Lomachenko as a cherry pick. So we see the standards, which weren't none. Okay? Then we go to Danny Garcia. Trash. All right, let me finish. Let me repeat that. Trash. Not an elite welterweight, not even a good welterweight. In fact, he's never even had a significant win since 2013. Period.
Exactly.
10 years. All right, so then it comes down to Porter. Okay? Porter, he went life and death with. Fucking Crawford was joked with and told he was, well, you might be behind the cards. Really? Got up and banged him out.
Hey,
he got found out Saturday night. That's when you say, well, he was supposed to be, or there was 50-50. No, mass psychosis. He was never that guy. And he got found out Saturday night. I'm done.
Jimmy, Spence's performance showed that he was never a pound for pound fighter. And same with Fulton. These guys were never elite. You know what? This is not a hot take at all. I think this is pretty objective at this point. Haney is a better fighter than Errol Spence Jr.
What can we say about Kell Brook? What can we say about Kell Brook?
Kell Brook was a good win.
Okay, that's a good win.
It was a good win. It was a good win. But listen, it was a good win. It was a good win coming down. Yeah, coming down 2 weight classes after getting his eye broken. Exactly. I believe it was steroids give him soft. I believe steroid abuse give him bitter bone syndrome.
And that was also pre-accident. That was also pre-accident, and it was a few years ago where he could still make 147 comfortably. Now, after many years, still hanging around at 147, having to cut that weight, the punch resistance wasn't there, and the punching power wasn't there. And he was still fighting like a pressure fighter. In his mind, he still thought, I'm going to pressure you. But when you can't fucking put any authority behind your shots and you can't take a punch, it's not like the back foot fighter. The back foot fighter sometimes could make it hard for you. But just think, you still think you're that guy in your mind, but you have no resistance. Even easier. You're there to be found. Right there.
Can you guys honestly see Spence being dominant at 154 or 160?
No.
Not at all. Then why is he pound for pound? Then why is he pound for pound? ESPN says he's pound for pound.
Wait, after this, I'm done.
Let me say, didn't Errol start at 150?
I rest my case. ESPN said. There you go.
Yeah, right, okay. Anyway,
But wait,
Ugas had
the
just beat
killers hang at
Manny
top
Pacquiao.
rank.
Manny
Quay.
Pacquiao
The
just
killers hang
beat
at fucking
Keith
top
Thurman.
rank. That's
And
why all the
then
PBC bums get bashed by the top
All right,
rank
wait, hold on.
fighters.
Hey, hold on. Everyone's talking at the same time here. Hold on. Let Asun. Hold on, please. Excuse me.
Hold on, BDA speaking. BDA speaking.
Let Quay finish, and then we go to Asun number 7. But Quay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. VA. Sorry. So Ugas had beat Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao still looked good.
Manny Pacquiao was 42 years old, dude.
He
Come on.
just beat Keith Thurman. Let me
He was
finish.
42 years old.
Beat Keith Thurman. Let me finish. Ugas goes in there, beats Manny Pacquiao. Spence goes in there and breaks Ugas's eye. Spence, you can say what you want about the alcohol and whatever. He was the best welterweight in the division. He's a 3-belt unified champion, undefeated, and Terrence Crawford made him look like an amateur and beat the crap out of him. So there, no, he can't be after Terrence Crawford beat him. He was what I said he was. So if Canelo had beat an undefeated 3-belt unified champion that had beat Spence in his weight class, if he goes and beats David Benavidez, we wouldn't hear, oh well, David Benavidez.
All right, well, let Benavidez get in a car accident. Let Benavidez get in a car accident.
No,
bro. Let Benavidez get in a car accident, bro. What are you talking about? Let him get in a fucking car accident.
All right, hold on. Hey, fellas, come on. We said once Quay was
play something. I just want to ask how he has Stevenson on there. Like you don't have Haney on there, but you have Stevenson. How do you justify that?
I justify it because number one, I felt Devin lost to Lomachenko. Number one.
How is he not on the pound?
Number two.
You should have Loma on there then, right?
Hold on. I would have Loma in there, but I definitively.
But he's white.
No.
Yeah,
I like him. He's one of my favorite fighters.
That's what it is.
I definitively say that right now, if they fought even 3 times in a row, Shakur Stevenson would beat Lomachenko.
So you do fantasy.
You make fantasy.
Fair fight or in a dirty fight?
Well, whatever. He would beat him.
You
So
base
that's
it
why
on fantasy.
On the rules of boxing or the rules of the hood.
2 days.
Which one?
No, listen, guys. Honestly, I got to defend my boy Quay here. He talked up Beterbiev. I don't believe it was racial. I was used to it though. I mean, I'll be honest. No, I didn't even hear you recognize. I didn't even hear you say anything. I'm just in general. I heard somebody else say something, but but it's an easy thing to go to because it happens a lot on here. We see it a lot.
all right, now wait a minute, fellas. Yes, I said it was going to be Quay, and then Asun number 7 wanted to say something. Go ahead, Asun.
Yeah, he's dead. Fuck.
Well,
He died.
BDA, I'll give my pound for pound list since it's my turn.
Well, hold on. Who said it was your turn? First of all, number 2, I think Recognize.
Yeah, it's Pudo's turn. What the fuck?
Hold on. Shout out to Pudo.
Excuse my language. Excuse my language.
You really need to get out of here, bro.
All right, Recognize. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say that why I disagree with his list
is because, all right, so somebody brought it up. He's got Shakur Stevenson based on the eye test, right? And I don't think that's how they did it. They basically did it was like, this is what you accomplished at this weight class. And I'm picturing you doing that against certain guys that are weight classes above you, right? Now, in his case, he has done something. What was it? 130? He was a unified champion or something like that?
Yeah, he beat Valdez.
He beat Valdez, okay? The problem I have with that is like, okay, look, he's bigger than Valdez.
Exactly.
Like, use your fucking eyes, man. Look, I get it. They're both the same weight. This dude is a weight bully. Look, I'm not saying he can't be. I can't be. I'm not saying. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not saying that he can't be a really good fighter because I think he has the potential, obviously, right? The problem is he hasn't shown that yet. He's much bigger than Valdez. He's a much bigger guy than Valdez. He's a much bigger guy than most guys at 135 pounds.
Oh, but listen, he's out.
Let's see him fight Murataya, Recognize. That's what I want to see. I want to see him fight Murataya.
Exactly. Stop these smaller guys. If you're that bigger, stop these guys, bro. That's pound for pound.
He's outboxing these guys. You're acting like
Yeah,
it's
wow,
weight
you're the bigger guy
he's
outboxing them.
down, he's
Wow, so impressive.
outboxing them, bro.
He can't
That's
even
very
smoke
impressive,
these
bro.
guys, and he's hitting him in the dick. Like, come on, man.
One win doesn't define your
Martin might
career, bro.
outbox the court. Frank Martin might outbox and keep it real with you. Like he's not that thorough. Keep it real with you. Like,
Can I say this?
Or Stevenson loads up all the fucking time.
He ran away from Oscar Valdez in the 12th round, bro. That's not pound for pound, bro.
Bro, that was embarrassing, bro. Oscar Valdez.
That's shameful, bro. That's shameful to run away for the 12th round. You're not giving your fighting fans what they paid for, bro.
Let me say this.
In New Jersey, from Jersey, in New Jersey, he did, like you said, the last round. Then he's running in New Jersey. Like, I mean, no, like you gotta take him off, bro.
You gotta take him out, bro.
Now here's the thing. Yeah, you know what? I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this. Fellas, I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this. Everyone's talking at the same time. I was gonna say this. Yeah, if you're fighting in front of your hometown in New Jersey, listen, the people there have it bad enough living in New Jersey. Now you're gonna give them that type of shit show in the 12th round. I mean, no, I'm kidding. By the way, I'm kidding. Nothing against the people in New Jersey, but listen,
don't be kidding. Jersey is a swamp.
Nah, come on.
Leave my state alone, bro. Leave my state alone.
I'm just joshing around. Listen,
hey, girls are alright. They got pretty nice looking girls out there. I'll give them.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me say this. Quay's list was good, and it created a lot of debate. And I will say this before we move on to Carnivore's list. The Navarrete thing is going to be interesting because he already fought two of Stevenson's common opponents. That's Joel Gonzalez and Pitufo Diaz, and he beat the crap out of both of them. Although he couldn't stop Joel Gonzalez, but then again, neither could Stevenson. Now, if he beats and stops Valdez, and whereas Shakur Stevenson couldn't, then that's going to open up the big debate about whether
it actually won't be a debate.
Exactly, bro. He doesn't get the credit. He beat Joel Gonzalez better than Shakur did.
Yep.
Well, again, that's what I was saying. It's going to be. Let's wait until Navarrete actually. Let's see if he can actually accomplish beating Valdez better than Shakur Stevenson did, and then we'll have that discussion. For the moment,
and what's better, you know, we're talking about damage. We're not talking about just fucking jabbing and trying to win by points and shit.
Let me say something.
We're talking about professional prize fighting.
BDA, let me say something. BDA, because I got shit for Benavidez on my list. That Benavidez and Shakur is basically the same, right? 2-time champion. That what this guy's trying to say is what I was saying, but it didn't hold water to some people. But
Benavidez is a better fighter than Shakira, in my opinion.
I have to agree with Frank. Having two guys in the same weight class on the pound for pound list, one of them's got to get kicked off. How many divisions are in boxing? Like 27?
Well, no, that's not true.
That's not a rule. That's not a rule.
It should be a rule. It needs to be a rule. You got two guys on the. Unless one of the guys moves up, and I'll give him a year. But they're in the same weight class.
Hold on. So if David Benavidez beats Canelo, if David Benavidez beats Canelo, you're gonna kick Canelo off.
Guys. Come on.
No, I'm saying anybody that wants to have Shakur can accept Benavidez is what I'm saying.
No, they don't have to. You know why? Because two different skill sets. Benavidez is nowhere near Shakur. If you look at skill sets, he's nowhere near Shakur.
The same. They're basing it off.
You're talking about your imagination, bro.
If you know
the eye test is imagination. No, the eye test. No, you don't know boxing unless you've been in there and you're a world champion like they are, bro. Fucking the eye test is imagination. The eye test is imagination. I did too, bro. I did too. And I'm telling you right now. And I'm telling you right now, that shit don't count unless you're fucking you impose that shit on a fucking high level opponent, bro. The rest is just imagination. You can't. The eye test is imagination.
Opponent.
All right, hold on. All right, we're getting away. Bro. We're getting away from this. We're dealing with the. Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Yeah, because we're getting away. We're getting into minutia. Let's hit the reset button and let's go with Carnivore's diet. Carnivore. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. All right, go from the bottom up. All right, bottom up. Number 10.
Okay, number 10, I got Beterbiev. Number 9, I got Canelo. 8, Estrada.
Hold on. You're going too quickly here.
My bad. So 10, Beterbiev. 9, Canelo. 8, where is it? Estrada. And then number 7, Ioka.
All right.
6 is Bivol.
6 is
5
Bivol.
5 is Usyk. 4 is Roman Gonzalez. He's not retired yet, and
Whoa.
from what I've seen, he still looked like a top fighter the last time I seen him. So number 4 for him. 3, if I'm going too fast, tell me. 3, Loma. 2, it's a big debate in my head. I go back and forth all day, but for now, I'll go with Inoue for number 2 and number 1, obviously, Bud. But between Loma, Inoue, and Bud, you can all 3 of them. I don't mind you putting them in the top at number 1. And I feel right outside the top 10, you got Jamel, Haney, and Shakur right outside the top 10. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying too. I do agree with that. I don't agree with your entire pound for pound list, but outside of the top 10, I agree. Guys like Shakur or Shakira, Stank Dave, Lil Deb. Go ahead.
My big issue is with Loma, whereas people like to acknowledge, like if Loma got, like most people I talk to admit that it was a robbery, but even then, if Loma got that decision, if it was official, I feel like Loma being top 3 wouldn't even be a debate. But I feel like boxing fans
I would still have him 4 personally. I have him 4
so
just saying he won the fight.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking about most boxing fans. They're so swayed by what's on paper, right? And they don't put, like, if you're a genuine boxing fan, like, you have Loma in your top 3. There's no question. He beat Haney. He's been in this game for almost a decade now. He's fighting guys who aren't even close to his size, and he's beating them. And Haney's a very good boxer, so I can't
put him over Usyk though, man. Usyk literally
literally like this though.
Usyk beat Breedis in his prime.
Loma was always a more skilled guy than Usyk. I mean, that's his common sense. He's a smaller guy, right? He was always one with more skills than Usyk. So I factor in my criteria is everything bundled into one, and the biggest thing for me is what I see with my eyes.
That's my opinion.
Let me ask Carnivore. Let me ask you something. Now, I noticed you don't have Spence at all in your list. Now, I heard you on Repeats last night. You don't believe Spence was ever in a car accident, do you? Does that factor into the pound for pound list?
Okay, so for me, I think it was. I didn't say. I just don't buy it 100%. Maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. I'm not gonna buy it 100%. That's my thing.
I he's all fucked up.
Then that's the ask why.
How you gonna deny that shit, bro?
See, this is why I don't like saying it on a big panel because it gets everybody emotional and people get mad at
it's logical, motherfucker.
So
no, we just want to hear it.
No, I don't care about that shark.
Yeah. This comes from a guy that has been in beatings in his top 3.
Dude, explain yourself, bro.
Explain me. Like, ask me
something, bro. Like, fuck.
Ask me something. I don't know. Like, what do I explain? Ask me a question.
He wasn't in an accident, or what was it?
No. I don't buy the story 100%. I don't know if he was or not, but the story to me seems fishy because I've seen the video, and if you watch that video, there's a very low chance of him coming out that car wreck with just a bruised up face. I don't buy it at all. What? I feel like they just want to buy time. They never want to
ejected from the fucking.
Oh, it was an accident.
I've seen the picture. It looks like a corpse.
They try to age out Crawford, and can you imagine if Crawford was 31 years old? How worse the ass whooping would have been.
But brother, don't you think they could have done something if they sat together and wouldn't he have said, "All right, guys, they're playing. We're gonna age him out. Can we come up with a plan what doesn't involve destroying my fucking $500,000 car? Can we?"
So
you know what I mean? Just me. I'm just throwing that out there. But it was more than just, he landed on his face. He was drunk. I've seen cars look like fucking, they went to garbage disposals and people have walked away from them because they're drunk. The sober people are fucking body bagged. But he landed on his face, blew all his teeth out, fractured his eye, fucking peeled his eye socket up. So he got injured. But he was arrested. That was in the news. I mean, do you understand the level of involvement? You have to have the police. You'd have to have the courts. You'd have to have hospital, a spokesman from the hospital involved to age out a fighter. So when you say people get angry, you got to understand there's things behind that. You got to really think that one out, bro. Is all I'm saying.
About the $500,000 car thing, the car could have been a replica, and it could have had a Honda engine for all we know.
So listen, I don't disagree with that. I never said the car accident didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't buy the story 100%. That's all I said. To me, it's in question.
All right. Have you seen the footage, bro?
See, let me say this. He sounds like one of those guys. You must have listened to Fanon today. That was really trying to get on BDA today about the neurology video he put out. Like, you must not believe in nothing.
Damn.
Like, yeah, yo, BDA, no BDA. There's a witch hunt. There's a witch hunt for you on YouTube right now. You got 2 boxing channels mad as fuck at you.
No, BDA, I got your back.
I knew that was going to happen, BDA, but I got your back too.
BDA, look, I stuck up for you, BDA. I mean, I don't want to get off topic and all that, but he sounds like one of those guys. It was Fanon and some other guy. They was just like
What was the other guy's name? Do you know?
It was Fanon and it was Blue Blood Sports. I was in the live chats. You know, I was just saying. I mean, these guys were vicious. They were mad. They were like Mr. BDA. He's like bald. He looks like a Big Bean almost. Like he has no mustache, nothing. Like it's crazy.
I know who Fanon is. I know Fanon is a fucking goof. An absolute
he looks like Mr. Potato Head without the mustache.
The thing is,
and it wasn't even BDA. It was a color.
Exactly. Bro. The fact is that but the narrative pushes. They make shit up in their head. I've seen it. I've literally seen them just make up a narrative. And what happens, right? One guy in that YouTube fucking toxic LDBC community makes up a lie. I just watched it happen with Inoue. Okay, so Mark Zedel of FloydHype.com said in his own feelings, oh, really? He doesn't like getting drug tests twice in a week? I find that suspicious. That's all he said. 78 Sports, the head bigot in charge over there, fucking the LDBC, said, well, I guess Inoue's refusing fucking to take fucking things. So, you know, and then that was him. And then Fanon started calling him the juice monster. And then it started boom, 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 video after video, drug cheat. So that's what these people do because their knowledge of boxing couldn't fill a fucking thimble. They're driven by race. They're insecure losers. And they're not even smart enough to realize that was a caller with no affiliation to the show. In fact, it's Dr. 805 because we don't even know the motherfucker's name. We call him by his prefix of his fucking telephone number. But they're not even smart enough to figure that out. So I just wanted to step that in case they listen.
I just want to speak for the rest of 805. You don't represent us. Just
but let me say this because because Fanon was mad. He was like, we can't question his credentials, and he was upset. Like he was saying, like he didn't believe in it. And he was, I mean, Fanon's from Texas, you know, so like it must have hurt him deep or whatever. But it's like an hour or two long, and him just ranting on you, BDA. I mean, I was in there sticking up. I said, look, BDA is my boxing home. I unsubscribed and everything, like you know what I mean. But literally, like yeah, he was upset. But back to business, just to let you know what's going on. But yeah.
Nothing illogical. 805, everything he said was logical, bro. It's not like he said anything crazy. Wow, he made a good ass point. What are you talking about, bro?
No, there's a lot of fighters that have neurological issues and they still fight. Like for instance, Gagey, he still fought and he won this weekend. I didn't hear no excuse about him winning.
Right, but not like an accident, bro. These kicks and punches ain't nothing like a car wreck, bro. You could die in a car wreck.
Ken Shamrock had an injury when he was training, and he couldn't really move from the neck down.
All right, Amok. You think fucking Errol Spence is the same fighter post accident than pre accident?
Yeah, he has some wear and tear.
He has a lot of wear and tear,
out of proportion. That's why he lost. Yeah, I can't.
It's not just the accident; it's the weight cut too. There's no real punch resistance there. He didn't have the punching power either.
I agree with Gonzalez. Look, if anything, it was a dehydration. It wasn't no fucking car accident. It was a dehydration. If anything, that's why Spence. Because since 3 years ago, for 3 fucking years, Spence has been saying he don't want to make 147 no more. He's fucking draining himself. So if anything, it's the dehydration. Ain't no fucking car wreck.
I mean, we were trying to
honestly, that actually makes sense because that kind of reminds me of recently of Ryan Garcia. He didn't look too well in the weigh-ins.
Well, yeah, can I say, let me say something. Let me say something. Excuse me, fellas.
Smelling blood.
Okay, hold on.
BDA, go ahead.
Yeah, people are getting too hung up on the car accident thing because it's everything. It's a lot of factors. It was a car accident. It was a boozing. It was a 15-month layoff. having fought only twice in the last 3 years. I mean, I don't want to get too much into it right now because we're doing the pound for pound show, but it's a package. It's not it's one single thing. Life is seldom that simple. And by the way,
Hey, I got a question.
people are saying,
Hold on.
people are saying that, oh, why didn't you guys mention this before? Again, we did mention this before. That's why we factor into our predictions. So it's not like we just came. And by the way, we're not Errol Spence fans. We all picked Crawford to win. So why would the fuck would we come up with excuses? It was just people are too hung up on not bringing up factors outside the ring because they're afraid of looking like haters or dick riders, vice versa, whatever, right? When the bookies in Vegas are working out the odds, they look at everything. They look at, well, is this guy training properly? Are there rumors that he's injured? Are there rumors that he's having trouble with his wife? Is he on coke? Whatever. You got to factor all of that in to pick a winner. That's all we did. And we had mentioned before the fact that he seemed to be taking punches less well than pre-action.
And Crawford was the favorite. Crawford was the favorite too. And that was a PBC show. So that tells you they knew what was going on.
Yeah, but look at the odds. They were 50-50.
Yeah,
But hold on. But why are you guys talking about Spence? Because I brought up my list. Spence wasn't even near my list. So why are you guys bringing up Spence?
Well, can I say why? Let me say why. I brought him up. I brought him up because I noticed he wasn't there, and I remembered. Oh, this guy was on Rapids last night. And he was saying that there was some shenanigans and hijinks with Spence's career. There was some shadow play going on. So I decided to just ask about that.
BDA, I'll say this. Even when Spence was quote unquote in his prime, right? Before the supposed car accident, he still was nowhere near my pound for pound list because I was never impressed with his skill set. To me, he always had sloppy footwork. He had no bad defense. So for me, the biggest criteria for my list is skill set. Your skill. That's why Bud Crawford and Loma and Roman Gonzalez. That's why they're so high in Bevo because I care the most about skill set. Yeah, resume matters, but the number one measurement I use is skill set. And for people criticizing anybody that put Shakur on their pound for pound list, I don't have a problem with Shakur on my pound for pound list. I don't have him in there, but if he was, I don't have a problem with it because he's a very skilled boxer. He doesn't have the resume, but I was the guy, even before Bud beat Spence, I was always the guy to have Bud in my top 3. And everybody would shit on me for it. But what about now? Now people see how skilled he is. So what I say to guys that go off the eye test, just trust your gut. Yeah, he don't have the resume, but still trust your gut.
All right, that's well said. All right, let's go back to another pound for pound list here. Who wants to go next?
We haven't heard Bucho's, have we? Because I think he just came on here.
Bucho doesn't have a pound for pound list.
Oh, come on. Well,
and even if he had, it wouldn't be a good one. Let me just say that rough. No, I'm kidding.
Well, he's a smart man because pound for pound list.
No, I'm just here to maintain some order because it's.
So, I got a question. If Shakira beats Murataya, would you consider him elite at that point? Because Murataya
elite. I mean, bottom 10 pound for pound. Bottom 10. I don't put. He's still in the lower part of the top 10.
Yeah. One thing to consider about Shakur Stevenson, he hasn't proved anything at 135. Nothing. He just
exactly. Well, you're right. So he needs to beat him.
Pound for pound is dividing how good they are within the 17 categories. Now, in the one division above where he was fighting now at 35, he hasn't beat anybody in that category. Not even dudes his own size. He was bigger against smaller.
Go ahead, guys, here's the question: what should Shakur Stevenson do? Who should he fight or beat to become a top 5 pound for pound boxer?
Oh, top 5. He has to.
Devin Haney at 135.
Lomachenko at 135. I think at 140, and Tank Davis. Exactly. And all that shit. He's got to clear out
Josh Taylor. He has a lot of options. He has many. There's some boxers that you go. Remember Andrew Ward? They were there wasn't a lot of competition, but when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, he has a lot of fighters. He can if he doesn't become top 5 pound for pound boxer, it's a disgrace. So many options.
I mean, he's trying to get Loma right now, but we'll see. I'm waiting to see the Navarrete fight. If Navarrete looks better than Shakira did, I want to see Loma fight Navarrete because if Navarrete knocks out Valdez, he's without question the first ballot Hall of Famer. So that's 2 top 10
pounds for anybody, bro.
Here's what I got to say about
Shakur
Navarrete
Stevenson. No easy fight, dude.
For anybody,
here's what I got to say about Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson said that when he was at 130, he sent Navarrete an offer, or 126 or 130. Then Navarrete claimed we got the offer. It was a low ball, and I accepted it anyway, and we never heard anything back. So that's I don't know how it ended up with those two. Now Shakur Stevenson
he probably went to fight Conceição instead of Navarrete at 130.
Well, there's a claim.
Shakira knew his time was nigh.
So. And let's keep it real. Navarrete just jumped to 130, bro. Shakur's already at 135.
Right, but people are saying that Shakur Stevenson is being avoided at 135. Now, what I wouldn't want to see, really, I have no interest. He went up to Kambosos, and they were talking as if they were going to fight eventually. I'm thinking, why would I want to see Shakur Stevenson, who I know is good, fight a guy in Kambosos who just lost to an inferior southpaw than Shakur Stevenson? Why would I want to see that? Then they're talking about Lomachenko, so the 35-year-old that's coming off a disputed loss, but nevertheless a loss. I mean, it's been there, done that. It's like, now again, people are saying that it's Haney and Cameron Cepeda and Isaac Cruz are avoiding him. I don't know. I don't know. We'd have to get to the bottom of that.
Shakira needs to fight guys like Murataya who are killers his own size and are as young as him. That's what he needs to do.
That, let me just add to that. But a lot of his opportunity, right? Like Benavidez, he hasn't got the opportunity yet. We think he will. I'm not arguing about Benavidez, but Shakur was offered the opportunity and he refused it. So, I mean, he should fall to number 20. A lot of this is opportunity. You need to get the opportunity. Boots Ennis could possibly be creeping on the list, but is he going to get the opportunity? You know, so Shakur Stevenson turned down the opportunity. So, I mean, you have to get that guy off the list ASAP.
Frank, one thing about Benavidez, he's a good fighter. But at the same time, we know he's like a true 75-pounder, even a cruiserweight.
No, I'm talking about
68. At 68, he's looking pound for pound because he's much bigger than his opponents. And even so, he hasn't fought the better of the competition. With all that said,
I'm talking about.
We can say the same thing about Errol Spence. We can say the same thing about Jermell Charlo. You know what I'm saying? Like we could say the same thing about a lot of these fighters.
Errol Spence wasn't triple G to Errol Spence wasn't triple G to Crawford.
Listen,
I'm saying we can say that about a lot of fighters.
Let me give you something to think about. What if Stanionis would have got to Errol Spence before that? Because he was denied a shot and sidestepped and got screwed over for about 2 years, and he would have beat the fuck out of Errol Spence. And then now he's pound for pound. Like a lot of it's opportunities. So look, Shakur Stevenson turned down the opportunity, and you can't escape that fact.
Well, I gotta ask you this, guys. Hold on. By the way, I think I forgot hours ago. I should have read some super chats, I believe. Hold on. So give me 2 seconds here. Shout out to Rapax Trucking Company for reestablishing his BDA membership program. Shout out to him. He says Canelo #1. So he's got Canelo #1 right there. And shout out to Timothy Figueroa for his contribution. Super Chase says BDA fell out of a Huey during the Battle of La Drang and never saw combat. Now that's fake news right there. I think that's what happened to Clint Eastwood, not to me, man. You're confusing me with Clint Eastwood. Another old
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? Let me say something real quick, bro. I don't think this. I agree with what Gonzalo said, but I never heard anybody call Tommy Hearns a weight bully. I never heard nobody call Errol Spence or Jermell Charlo a weight bully. The first time I heard anybody say weight bully was with David Benavidez. Now and then, I that's some bullshit. If you can make the weight, you can make the weight.
But he's clearly a big dude. I mean, never mind everybody else.
No, I know that, but so was Tommy Hearns.
Yeah, but that's a good point. But at some point, hold on. But at some point, Thomas Hearns proved that he's not a weight bully because he actually managed to move up in weight and still beat those guys. So he showed us that he wasn't a weight bully. Like when it comes to Benavidez, okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, he can make weight, but at some point, you go like, you gotta move up, boy. You're fucking. You're so good.
I don't want to get Mirage on here with Benavidez. I'm just saying Benavidez hasn't got the opportunity yet. Now, if he fights Morel and he beats Morel, then he's definitely pound for pound.
I agree with you. Sorry to cut you off, but I agree that he hasn't gotten the opportunity. But that's why we can't put him in our pound for pound list because you just said he hasn't had the opportunity. So how can we know how good he actually is?
No, I was just making the comparison between Benavidez and Shakur and the difference about people who want to.
Right.
You know that there's no comparison.
I wanted to say something because I got to get out of here. I got to go do something. Hey guys, I don't think that Errol Spence was to Crawford what Triple G was to Canelo, and they're gonna say, "Oh, good Triple G, he's basic, no fucking special effects." Well, Errol Spence, no special effects, but let me say something. With Golovkin, the chin was there, the punching power was there. And on this night, after the weight, the cutting of the weight and the car accident, no punch resistance and no true punching power to put a dent on Crawford. That was gone. And he's still fighting you like a pressure fighter. And the jab, you say the jab, Golovkin jab, And the reason that I'm bringing this up, Golovkin jab, Golovkin chin, Golovkin punching power, because Canelo, even though it was back and forth competitive, Errol Spence was nowhere near what those things that he could bring to the table.
It's not even about physicality either. Spence was never as good as Triple G, technically, or skill set wise. He was never as good as Triple G. Right. Never. So Triple G was
he had better exposure. He was more popular in a sense, right? Because since 2015, we kept hearing about Spence, how great he is. Oh, he's fighting these big names in Danny Garcia and Sean Porter, and that's why, like, it appears as if he was better than Triple G. But technically, like you guys are saying, no, man, I think Triple G
Triple G is going to go down as one of the best middleweights of all time. Errol Spence is not going to go down as one of the best welterweights of all time.
Triple G is consensus top 10 middleweight ever. Not even modern era Ford. Even the last 100 years, he's a top 10 middleweight ever.
Yeah.
You know, Errol Spence isn't a top 10 welterweight ever, let alone top 10 welterweight in the last 40 years.
And the reason that I mentioned that is just to put Crawford's win into perspective. If on that night Spence would have showed up like a Triple G, then I would have said, man, Crawford was against a fucking Terminator. But he wasn't.
Thank you. That's what needs to be said.
Exactly, bro. You have to be real. You have to be real.
Yeah, we can't be like crazy about these Cripford, fans. Like on the eye test, he looks like a top 3 pound for pound fighter, and on paper, it's the best win since Manny beat Cotto in welterweight.
What do you think Virgil Ortiz would have done to that Spence, bro?
Cotto was so much better, better win. Cotto went on to do great things after losing to Manny. Spence's career is over, and that's the difference when Manny beat Cotto compared to Bud beating Spence.
No, I think Manny Pacquiao would have beat that Errol Spence. Maybe that fucking shit was a chance to fucking dunk Manny Pacquiao, bro.
We're dealing in maybes, bro. Spence was the #1 welterweight at that division.
Jake. He was, but I mean, come on, fool. What the fuck? Beating Ugas?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, he was the literally.
He was.
Crawford beat the versions of the older versions that Errol beat. So at the end of the day,
you know what I compared this Crawford win to? Cotto when he beat Sergio Martinez with one knee and was shot to pieces. That's what I see this when nobody gave Cotto all the credit for beating Sergio.
When Pacquiao Errol to hey, hold on, fellas, hold on, fellas. Let Bucho speak. Yeah, Bucho, go ahead, man.
Just quickly, what about when Pacquiao beat Cotto? Cotto by that
was a better win.
time, Cotto had been destroyed by Margarito before that, right? So
but the size difference is so evident. Bro, where it's like you got to give him some credit.
Yeah, and Cotto avenged that loss too.
And
he destroyed him in the rematch.
Yeah, he avenged that loss as well. Yeah,
I'm dead.
Yeah, you're right. Spence is done. Cotto had a second. Exactly, Cotto continued his career after that, winning and stuff like that. Whereas Spence Jr., we don't know yet, but it seems like it's fucking over.
It's over. It's over, male model Bucho. It's over.
You can't.
We're speaking.
No, we can't. We don't know.
There's always a possibility for a fighter to come back. It just depends on how much they really want it and mental fortitude they have.
Yeah, and nobody knew that this was going to happen. Nobody knew he was going to beat this thoroughly. Nobody knew this.
I want to get to something. I want to get to something here, fellas, because we're talking about pound for pound lists, and a lot of you guys give fantastic lists, some of them controversial, but all of them interesting. There was one name that failed to come up here, or has failed to come up during the pound for pound list, and that is Jesse Bam Rodriguez, 23 years of age. Now, if you look at his record, you will conclude that he had a fantastic 2022. He beat Carlos Cuadras. Then he stopped Wasil Wangek, that's Cesar Quetzalcoatl. He took on the tough Israel Gonzalez, won that one. Then he just beat an undefeated guy in Christian Hernandez, but he got his jaw broken. So far, his last 2 fights have not been as impressive as last, but he's taking on Sonny Edwards next, the undefeated Sonny Edwards, who is #1 at flyweight, that's 112 pounds. Does the winner make it into the top 10 pound for pound?
They'll be very, very close.
No, Rodriguez would, for me, I would have had him in my top 10, but I only did 5. I had him when I wrote it out. I had him at number 9.
Oh,
from the eye test, it depends how he looks. It depends, because if he looks amazing against Sonny Edwards, then yeah, you could put him in the 10th spot, but it really just depends on how he looks. If he wins, like a close fight, I'd say like that 11, 12, 13, he'd be like 1 or 2 big wins away from it. But from the eye test, he looks like he's going to be a future star, and he's going to, be a multi-weight world champion. He's an amazing fighter, at least from what I've seen. And
He's going to
Carlos
cruise over
Quadras
Sonny
is a guy.
Edwards. He's going to cruise over Sonny Edwards.
That's what I think too. I think he will too. And Carlos Quadras is a guy that might make the Hall of Fame. Serticaset Sorongvasai might make the Hall of Fame. These are like second, maybe third ballot Hall of Famers potentially. And I know they were old, past it, a little bit shot. But this kid's young, coming up, and nobody expected him to look that good against both of them. So,
hey, bro, and let's be bro. And it's not easy to beat these back foot bitches. The only people that stop these back foot bitches are dudes like Inoue, Canelo. Only top level dudes beat back foot bitches and get them out of here, bro. Like,
I mean, he'll have done more than Stank Davis. I mean, he'll have done more than Stank Davis beating Sonny Edwards. It's just
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not an easy matchup. Like, to stop a guy that's not there to fight and they're there to win by points. Like, to stop him, that's a statement.
Yo, I like that moniker, man.
But Bam, you have to.
Yeah, man, that's cool.
What I think is funny is Steven Espinoza, the Weasel. He says when talking about Stank, he says when they bring up Shakur, oh well, that's a different promotion. That's not even like really. I'm not even going to entertain it. It's so hard to make yada yada yada. And then they said Inoue. Oh well, yeah, no, he's Inoue from the same promotion, mind you. But you see how he rolls. Like, yeah, let's drag the kid up 4 weight classes. What about Stevenson? So there's a reason on top of the alcohol, inactivity, in a mirage of a resume. The PBC fighters have been match soft in ring rust. That combination is the reason why when they cross the street, they get sent back home with their dicks kicked in. I'm done.
Hey Jimmy, right now the PBC is looking like the WWE.
Imagine a YouTuber that's more active and fights bigger names.
Hey, let me say this, bro. The PBC is looking like the WWE right now, bro. Like, if they honestly knew that Spence was compromised and let this fight happen, and all the shenanigans they've been putting on lately on the PBC, it looks like the fucking WWE. And let me tell you this, bro. Ugas does not fight like that. The way you fought against Spence, he does not stand in the pocket and trade with dudes, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
look, man.
Honestly, it looks like in his ear. You're supposed to lose this fight, and when he rocked fucking Spence, he didn't take advantage, bro. Like that fight was fishy.
You're right. I just want to say I agree. I thought Ugas looked very odd that night. I'm not saying because I don't like to say a person threw a fight or add that kind of conspiracy shit because if I don't have proof, I'm just saying he didn't. I've seen him fight much better than he fought that night. So that did look odd. Well, that's all I got to say there.
Let me say something. Who was a better win, Tio over Taylor or Crawford versus Spence? I mean, who put up a better
Taylor?
fight?
And Taylor looked.
Tio over Taylor.
That's what's crazy.
Even that version still looked better than Spence. The Washington that came off a loss.
What'd they say about Taylor? Oh, he was off a year and a half. He lost. He didn't look good. Well, that's Spence. But you're a hater if you say that about Spence.
Oh, BDA, I wanted to add about
what do you think?
Hold on. Pudo wanted to say something about Bam Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Yeah. Don't like he's a really good fighter. I like him. I enjoy watching him. But at the end of the day, like his tenure when he was the champion at the weight class, I forgot what weight it is. It was manufactured. They Eddie Hearn did a lot of fucking political bullshit to get him a vacant title shot that for a title that belonged to Estrada. So at the end of the day, I don't take away the credit for the big wins that he got against Carlos Quadras and Sorongvasai because I respect those dudes a lot. But when it comes to pound for pound, I count accolades, I count titles, and when your little tenure there is kind of manufactured, I mean, I just have to take that into account as well.
Estrada was still inactive, brother. He wasn't fucking fighting much, so he got stripped. This was like
he didn't get stripped though. He didn't get stripped. That's the thing.
No,
well, I gotta tell you,
my bad.
Okay, so panel, what do you all think about like how much is this fight with Crawford and Spence like from a financial money revenue injection into PBC? What do they got? Another 2 years of life left?
Well, it's not even about money because money's irrelevant with them. It's whether Showtime's going to be still. A thing because they are getting folded into the app. That's 100%. That's happening by the end of the year. So they'll be like DAZN. Like I don't know what their future is from there. I think this was all just to keep Espinoza in a career because he's got a trophy wife. He's got to keep in diamonds.
But the prevalence of the PVC is kind of diminishing as we speak. Like the roster, quote unquote, of fighters are kind of evaporating.
Well, let me say this about that. Chief said about a year ago that what he expected to see with the PBC was that they were going to start liquidating their inventory. And that's we're starting to see that they let Fulton finally out of the I was gonna say that the reservation, and he gets beat. Now it's finally Crawford Spence. They finally decided to let Spence out of the cage. He gets his ass beat. Wilder happened a while back with Tank Davis. They're still keeping him in house. They don't really want this guy to get hurt. But then let's look at the Showtime schedule, because when Canelo signed up with PBC, a lot of people are saying, whoa, PBC doing big things, baby. PBC doing the big things. Let's see the big things that they're doing. We've got this weekend, which might not even happen, by the way, because they can't get their act together. 45-year-old Erislandy Lara against former welterweight Danny Garcia for a paper belt, okay? Then we've got, that's supposedly this Saturday. Then the next, we got Emmanuel Rodriguez taking on Melvin Lopez. That's their big main event on the 12th. Then we got on August 26th, to be at the venue to be announced. They don't even have a venue yet. Subriel Matias versus Sergey Lipinets.
So, hey, BDA, can I ask?
Hold on. Good fight. Good fight. Hold on. Frank, go ahead. Sorry, Dora. If this was a ESPN Friday Night Fights event back in the 1990s, this would be a decent main event. And then we got on September the 30th, pay-per-view, not Showtime, pay-per-view, Canelo Alvarez versus Jermell Charlo. And that's all they have on the pipeline so far.
They're liquidating a lot of fighters.
They've made the biggest fights of the year. The biggest fights of the year already.
We got this packet.
And you're complaining.
No. Hey, listen, guys. Let's start right away with none of that f-bombs. All right.
Sure.
The channel can get popped, guys. Come on, you got to remember that. We're not fucking sixth grade.
Zone? What's the zone bringing? They're bringing us Dylan White and fucking AJ. Okay, so let's not get carried away and put things into perspective. They've been delivering great fights all year, starting from Benavidez' plan.
I expect more. That's a lot of pay-per-views. They're giving. Yeah, hold on. They give us a lot of pay-per-views, though. Like if those fights that we had on pay-per-view that you mentioned would be on Showtime, then I guess you could make an argument that Showtime is providing.
That's the nature of boxing. Everything's a fucking pay-per-view these days.
No. What did you pay for AJ Fulton? I paid nothing. ESPN free.
Yeah, baby, me too.
Exactly. Yeah, Mirage, come on. You didn't even buy all of those fights. Come on.
Yeah, DAZN sucks. They suck. DAZN.
Okay,
nobody's sticking up for DAZN here.
Shit's on pay-per-view. They shouldn't be on pay-per-view. It's been like that for like the last
no, it hasn't. No, some of these fights should not have been on pay-per-view. No. Go back to the HBO days.
Okay, that was fucking how long ago was that?
Davis wouldn't be on pay-per-view.
Okay, that's a different argument.
Let's be honest.
At least they're making fights. They're bringing us fights. Yeah, okay, pay-per-view.
Oh, come on.
They're delivering fights.
You don't buy them. You don't buy them.
They're delivering fights they expect fans to finance.
I mean, can I say something?
Fans to finance them.
Let me say something.
Yes.
Milash, I heard you on Rep It, and you were talking about, hey, can I get a link? Yeah, I figured which fight it was. You were asking for links for illegal streams, so come on. You're not paying for
me. I don't ask for links, motherfucker. I get them myself.
I heard you asking for
a link. You pay $20 in Australia. When we pay fucking $90.
I deliver the links. I don't ask for nothing. I don't know what you're talking
about. Let's get back to pay-per-view, bro. We're the ones that got to shell out the feria.
Well, that's the model these days. I mean, it is what it is.
By the way, we have Brian here. Is this Brian Harkin? I thought he died.
Brian's
always stalking me. He's after me.
Hey, you guys, can I add up another potential pound for pound fighter? We were talking about Bam Rodriguez. What do we think about Brandon Figueroa if he beats Ray Vargas for the featherweight title? Because he arguably beat Fulton. That was a very close fight. So,
I think he'll win. Think about that. I think he'll win that fight too. I think his pressure will overcome him.
Yeah, I got ready for that pressure. Beating Ray Vargas too.
Yeah. That's a good fight. I agree. I think pressure. Put
him on the number 10 spot pound for pound or not?
No. Dora, you're gonna be crazy with the pound for. You're like letting everybody in.
I have my own list. That's pretty good. Have you seen my list, Bucho? It's actually.
No, I think I missed it. Here, I'll check it out.
Did you talk about Brandon Figueroa becoming the private fighter? No fucking way.
I will say this: people underestimate pressure.
Has added Clarissa Shields to their pound for pound list.
Yeah, exactly. People do. A mock, bro. It's fucking funny.
Clarissa
Shields. Is it true she sexually assaulted Keith Thurman?
No, well, she's
Oh my god.
she's attracted to him. Apparently, that's what Rafael Garza said. That this is all a ploy to try to get
Oh,
the.
shit, huh?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Is it the hairline?
Here. I heard he knocked her out in sparring, and then maybe she likes that shit.
Can I just make a comment about Spence? You guys were talking about Spence earlier.
You didn't buy the fight; you stole it.
Can I tell you real quick what I heard about Clarissa Shields? This is the God's honest truth. This is not about fighting. It's a minor little thing, but it still kind of made me sick. That up in fucking Detroit, where she trains and whatnot, that she fucking cut a fart that smelled so bad the whole gym cleared out, and she was laughing about it. That to me, I don't give a fuck. I don't swear to God, I was told that. I don't care if you're a woman or a boxer or not, man. That to me is so fucking nasty. And she thought that shit was funny. Right? She's laughing.
Well, we're laughing too, man, because it's so outrageous.
Because we weren't there having to fucking taste it. You know what I mean? Like, imagine that.
Jimmy, but on the WMD thing, how was it nuclear or like?
I don't know. I was just told. I was like, what did she like us in a person? And this person told me that he heard that this is what she did, and like they all talked about it.
Hey, by the way, fellas, we have a picture of her in training when that just before it happened. Somebody took a picture of before she fought. Here it is on the screen right here. This is when she was training there.
I take it no longer a Clarissa Shields fan, Jimmy? No longer a fan?
Let me see that picture, Mr. BDA.
I'm sharing the
smoke.
A thong.
Smoke.
I'm sharing the screen.
It has to be a short. I would leave if it's.
You can tell you can tell she eats fucking those like red hot Cheetos when she's not training.
Exactly.
And she probably eats black beans and boiled eggs.
Like Christina Aguilera, she just looks like she tastes dirty.
Okay, enough about fucking farts. So back to Spence. I just want to say my comments about Spence. This is what happens when you have a carefully crafted career and resume that's misleading. It's full of names, but it's opportunistic. You've got every single one of these guys. You've got them at the right time. They're either coming off knockouts, eye sockets broken. They're moving up 2 divisions, so it's misleading. It's charade, and this is what happens when they step up against an elite fighter. And there's another fighter in the sport today. Very similar.
We know who we're talking about.
He got his ears boxed off.
All right, before you tell me there's a fighter on a very similar path.
Very comparable careers, and the same things happened to them.
Benavidez on a very similar path.
He didn't step up against punches.
Is that what you're telling me?
It wasn't puncher, the same thing would happen. So very similar.
Yep.
That's why I'm pointing.
You're very similar. Horrible point, bro. Makes the top fighters getting knocked out. Then.
You know what? You know what I see it as? I feel like they over-marinated the fight. They tried to over-marinate the fight in Spence's favor, and it just blew up on their face with the car crashes, the injuries. Like, it just, in my opinion, they tried to wait out Crawford. Look at his age, right? 35.
I disagree with you on that there, right? Because I think 5 years ago, I think if that fight would have happened pre-car accident and all that bullshit, I think Crawford would have had no fucking mercy on him. I think he would have probably killed the man in the ring.
Yeah, but you know how the PBC goes. When it comes to making super fights with other promotions, they wait forever. Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. They tried to do the Wilder Joshua fight. Look how that turned out. Tank Ryan, that's probably like.
But Terrence is still sitting now at 35.
Right? I just think 4 or 5 years ago, Bud would have destroyed him more.
1,000%. 1,000%.
I mean, it was a horrible game plan. So I mean, why would he even bring up something like a car accident?
Well, I gotta tell you, man.
Here's what I've been telling everyone prior to the fight, and right, we know what Errol Spence Jr. is going to do. Right, his game plan ain't going to change for Bud. I've had people tell me, "Oh, he's going to be a lot more careful. He's going to pick his shots a little bit better." I'm like, no, he only knows one way to fight, and that's perfect for Bud Crawford. It doesn't matter what point in his career, that would have been the same outcome, right?
I agree.
I
agree.
Maybe not stoppage. Maybe, but he would have beaten Spence for like.
I think he had better defense. I think he had better defense back in the day.
Yeah, Gonzalo mentioned that.
Look, I agree. I still think Crawford would have still won, but I think it wouldn't have been as ugly, in my opinion.
Spence wasn't as slow. He wasn't.
that
He was so
ugly?
fucking slow.
Oh, he looked like
But
he was covered in fucking tar.
You know why? You know why the
I've never seen
likelihood
him make.
he would, you know why he would have likely stopped them, because Spence's defense mainly consists of trying to roll with shots. He just steps back and tries to roll with the shots on a straight line. He would have gotten caught eventually by Crawford. But let me just say this. If I'm looking at the pound for pound list here, and I'm comparing Ring magazines with ESPN's list, because they're usually, in between you can find the truth. They have Devin Haney number 9 on ESPN, okay? Pound for pound. Ring magazine, they have a number 7, a little higher. As you can see, all the people that were calling in, a lot of people had Lomachenko still in their pound for pound list, and some of them even had him above Devin Haney. Now Haney, so that means that Haney has not received credit from the fans. Now he's stepping up, from what I heard, and taking on Regis Prograis. If he beats Prograis, whether it's domination or decision, whatever, where would you rank him pound for pound, if at all?
Top 10, number 10.
On Thing's last fight, right? You can only go on your last performance. On Regis Prograis' last fight, at this point, would it be a great one?
Hey, but let's keep it real. This is his first fight at the weight class above. It's not like he cleared out the 140 division just by beating Prograis. He needs to do more work than that, bro. He's still young.
No,
points, bro. These guys are just giving him participation trophies and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Participation trophies because you fought Prograis your first fight at 140. Clear out the division or make yourself lineal in that division, then be considered pound for pound. Don't just fight Prograis and be considered pound for pound.
Just because you beat Prograis doesn't mean you're going to beat Ramirez.
Exactly, or Matias, or Ramirez, or even Chon Cepeda, bro. Come on, let's keep it real. At 140, these guys are killers.
Here's the thing.
Let's not totally.
A lot of those guys, I think a lot of those guys at 140 are terrible style matches for Haney, because based off of the power that we've seen from Haney, I don't know how those guys are going to respect him. For the most part, at least.
He gets no respect at 145 when it comes to
Haney
power,
has no
right?
power.
Right. That's basically what I was trying to say, right? 135 guys ain't giving them respect on the power, right? They're giving respect on the boxing skills and grabbing skills, but not the power.
Yeah, it's exactly. They're gonna have to respect his Muay Thai clinch.
But I think Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis have exposed themselves in that division that I think we're severely overrating some of these fighters on if they face a style matchup they've never seen before, how completely fall apart they do. Like Josh Taylor, because Tio boxed him, he literally he did not know what to do. Regis the same way. At the end of the day, how do you not know what to do? I blame their trainers. I blame their trainers.
But no one in the panel thought about this. What would happen if Regis does take care of Haney? What happens to Haney then?
Garbage. He's done.
Haney moves back down to 135.
He's done. His O is all that fucking makes him popular, bro. His O is the only thing that anybody ever cares about his style.
Right. So I'm putting Regis up there at a 70% chance to to handle Haney. I think it won't be the old Regis from his last bout, because he himself said it was embarrassing. He was under nerves, fighting in his hometown and whatnot. So he himself wants to probably, kind of step away and disassociate from that fight alone, from his own fight, and say no, I gotta if I'm gonna be a contender, I gotta fucking prove myself, and this would be a way to completely wash fucking Haney, right? I'm not saying you'll wash him, but his power compared to that of Haney, because I don't think Haney has power. So if Regis can get in a good shot, hey.
I gotta address something. I gotta address something.
The most
in the chat.
That's landed on Haney.
Jerson, I gotta address something from the chat. Sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that. We've got Wacky Iraqi in the chat, and he says, this is the directed source, Brian. He says, BDA, careful with Brian. He's a rat. He's an informant. Then Slugger Sam chimes in via the super chat. Shout out to Slugger as well. He says, it's true. Brian is a rat. Careful. Brian, can you shed some light on what they're talking about? Oh, excuse me. Wacky Wacky donates.
That's 100% true. You're so I'll be doxxed in the morning, guys.
Well, another super chat from Wacky Wacky says we don't want a rat boy on the panel. Is this George Gambosos calling you a rat, an informant, or what's going on here?
Probably. You're probably because I picked him to lose his last 3 fights.
Oh, all right.
Dude, I don't like fucking Haney, but he's probably going to beat Prograis at this point, man.
Hey, bro, but let's be real, bro. Even if he does beat Prograis, he shouldn't be above Teal in pound for pound. Because
I agree.
The way he beat Loma wasn't as impressive as the way Teal beat Loma. And
he never beat Loma. Teo did beat Loma objectively.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying, bro. And then like the next weight division up, like the way Teo beat Josh Taylor, that's the lineal champ, and you beat him that impressively. Like beating the guy that's in second place. If you don't do it as impressively or more impressive than him, even if you do it more impressively than him, it's not even.
He needs to beat Teofimo Lopez. He needs to beat Teofimo Lopez.
Exactly.
I give both guys some credit, but you got to remember, Taylor is almost effectively shot long way off, and it looks like Prograis passed his best. So I think Teo beat a past his best Josh Taylor, and I think Haney's going to do the same to Prograis. And hopefully they unify at 140. But I wouldn't have Haney on my pound for pound list for what I think he'll do, and that's beat Prograis. He'll be close.
Exactly, bro. Hey, right now Teo is the lineal at 140.
Yeah.
So there's no way Haney could be above him in pound for pound if Teo's lineal at 140, bro.
I totally agree, dude.
Yo,
all right, so that was my opinion on that. I hope Prograis wins, but I don't think he will.
All right, so I got a question.
Hey, all I gotta say is that what's his name? IKEA and Slugger Sam, right? The reason why BDA is going to keep me on the panel is because you should give them money for, me being on the panel. So
and you talk money too, bro. So,
Yeah, well, listen, Gerson, what were you going to say?
Yo, Gerson, what were you going to say,
Brian?
All right. Here's the thing. I agree with. I don't know who it was, and sorry if I sounded a bit off. For the one that mentioned the whole Prograis thing about how he might be in the zone. That might happen, and here's the thing. This is what makes the fight dangerous, in my opinion, that people don't talk about enough. The most landed shot on Haney is the left hand, and Prograis has a really good and powerful left hand. Now, my question to the people is this: how many do you think Haney can last 12 rounds without getting caught? If it's a Prograis on point,
he'll get caught,
or at least better than the last fight
against Loma, because Loma has better lateral movement.
He's gonna get hit.
Better. He'll get hit.
Yeah. So I'm still giving Regis 70%.
It depends if Regis wants to follow up.
Yeah,
I've been saying though, Earl, bro. Kevin's got a chin, bro, and he keeps proving me right.
So who does people have on that fight? BDA, Jimmy, Bucho. I want to hear like the OGs, kind of, because I know Bucho still has Prograis. I got Haney, unfortunately. What about you, BDA and Jimmy? What do you guys got? I don't know if Jimmy's still here. Might be fucking his wife.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm pretty sure Jimmy, that's all he does all day. He's a fuck machine from what I hear. Just all due respect, Jimmy, but that's what I heard. I heard you've got a long one.
Don't ever talk about my fucking wife again.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, well, listen.
She hates
Jimmy,
my guts.
Jimmy, you want to go? Well, actually, Jimmy, before
listen, I'm just joking. I don't give a fuck. I like that.
No,
kind
I
of
know,
shit.
brother. I know.
Before Jimmy,
I know. I'm totally busting balls. No, hey, babe, can I fuck you all day? Whoa! She threw a shoe at me.
All right, now hold on. Slugger Sam,
she takes care of me.
Slugger Sam in the super chat.
Go ahead, Slugger Sam.
Shout out to Slugger Sam for his contribution super chat. He says, "How much to get a rat boy kicked off? Name your price." Oh, what's this whole thing about rat boy?
Why is this guy a rat boy? What's up with this? Like, fill us in.
Brian, who did you? Hold on. Let me ask him. Let me ask.
Let Mr. BDA finish what he was saying.
Brian, I'm going to ask you straight up. How have you been ratting on people? Is that what's going on here?
Nah, right. I was hanging over in Mad Chad's channel when he shut it down. That's all it was. When he got that 10-day stream shut down, this man here, Slugger Sam. So
you're saying he's the mole? He's the rat? Is that what you're saying?
He's the rat. Yeah.
All right.
Slugger Sam, jump on. Slugger Sam, jump on.
Right, he called Mad Chad into giving them the keys to the kingdom, and he started fucking with everyone.
Well, we got Slugger Sam here. Slugger Sam, you want to reply to this, or what's going on here?
You guys hear me?
Oh God.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, brother. You always start with that. Of course we can hear you, man.
But because you know what it is. It's because of the messed up headset I got. You know that headset. Listen, this is what I wanted to say. I got all you guys on here. Listen up, you fat piece of fucking shit. You rat boy. You weren't even there when me and Matt Chad had our issue. So why the fuck are you talking about shit that you weren't even there for? You fucking faggot. Don't talk about
there we
shit
go.
that you weren't there for. No, I'm serious. BDA, give me a second. Bro, you weren't even there. Bucho, give me a second. You weren't even there, you fat fuck. So why the fuck are you telling people Slugger did this and Slugger did that? Were you even there?
I was
Answer
told.
me. Listen, you fat fuck that's losing
I
his
was
teeth
fucking told what
because of
happened.
your obesity. Listen, you obese prick that's losing his teeth. Were you there?
Were you
there?
wouldn't say that
You
to my
obese
face, man.
prick. You obese prick that's losing his teeth. Were you even there? Right. So quit talking about shit you weren't even there for.
All right, we don't know what the hell's going on.
Establish
Here,
that.
You wouldn't say that to my face.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Coming in swinging. Coming in swinging, bro.
Come on, say it to my face.
I just
All right,
did,
guys,
you fat fuck.
Yo,
I
what
did.
is going on?
So, Mr. BDA, let me ask you, brother. What was that person asking us about? Like, ask the OGs a question. What was that
Well,
question?
I was just asking. Yeah, I was asking about. I was just wanted to get to the bottom of what Slugger Sam and Brian were getting into, but I suspect that
I don't know. He was asking who wins, Pro Grace or Haney. He was asking who wins, Pro Grace or Haney.
I suspect that this issue goes way beyond anything that we can handle here because I don't know the specifics of what's going on there. I hear something about the stream being shut down. Matt Chad, shout out to Matt Chad, the Mad Hatter, as I like to call him. Yeah, you don't want to get the people's stream shut down, fellas. You want to try to keep it a buck.
Yeah, Slugger, no offense, brother. I think you're a good dude, but you know how you get a stream shut down? By dropping the F-bomb.
Well,
not F-U-C-K either. I know. Everybody keeps saying I know, but everybody keeps doing it. Like, seriously. No hand to God. I know it was Black Pigeon fucking speaks. He had 68,000 fucking followers on his channel. They zapped it because somebody used that word.
The bundle of sticks word on this channel. Just it's not
good.
Dude.
That's some new age shit right there. We can't even. We have to.
It's like a Sam. Hey, you know Brian's a former boxer. I heard he's pretty tough. Do you reckon you could take him?
I
reckon you could take him, man?
I've seen him shadow box. He moves. Yeah. He moves as quick as a turtle. I've seen it.
I'll tell you this much: if Progress looks like he did in his last fight, I got Haney winning, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I got Haney beating Progress. Yeah.
That's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to first off, Progress. If he had a fucking half a clue, he'd already be in camp today fighting anybody. I'd say get off this fucking. I need this kind of money. These guys chasing the dollar bill. What's happened? They're destroying their careers. I want $4 million or a certain amount of money, or I'm not going to fight. So what's better? Getting $500,000, plying your craft and making you better. That way you can get that money, or fucking ring rust and end up looking the way he did last time.
Yeah, but Jimmy, the thing with Regis is his age, right? Regis, the thing with Regis is his age. So he's probably thinking as well, like, why should I chance myself at a loss at my age? Whereas now I still have a belt and like fucking I can't risk that. I need some dollar value to kind of successively put me in a position to I don't know. Like
no, I totally get what you're saying. I always go back to guys like James Toney. I mean, that motherfucker won on HBO. I believe it was in February, right? Had a title defense, head card. 8 weeks later, he was fighting on a car that wasn't even on television in California. Steve went out and saw it. Like, he would take just fights. Give me a fight. I don't give a fuck. 10 grand, I'll fight. Because he knew it was conducive to making him great. Because if you look at the all-time greats, they would fight 15 times in a year.
Jimmy, that was an era, a foregone era.
But that's what creates that a foregone error? What creates errors? Errors are just
activity.
Fucking, it's culture. That's all it is. We gotta get back to a culture of fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not barking at you. I'm saying these guys gotta fight more often. They gotta stop thinking after 12 fights. Oh, I need to fucking headline and make this kind of money, and then you end up getting what you get. Because like right now, I already think that Boots Ennis is already peaked. And he's already going to decline.
Hey, Jimmy, and I'll tell you this, bro. It's a underrated skill to win and even stop a guy that's not there to fight. You know what I'm saying? If Devin Haney's not there to fight, it's a tall task for Prograis, and that's a skill that we haven't seen from him yet. You know what I'm saying? That's a skill we've seen from certain boxers that some people are matched well and never face that type of style at the high level.
I think of it this way though, with the fact that Loma could hurt him, and he did rattle him on more than one occasion. If little Loma is rattling him, it just doesn't look. I mean, I would think that fucking Rugu will fucking take his head off.
Yeah. The thing is, everybody's remembering the Zorilla fight. Devin doesn't fight like Zorilla.
Exactly. Not only that, but Zorilla hits harder than Devin.
Facts. There you go.
And he's bigger.
Well, we
He's
shall
a clincher.
see, man.
Like you clinch Regis, he's gonna fuck you up.
So here, I got a question, or here's something for the panel to think about. If it's close, you know they're going to give it to Haney because he's younger and he's the A side. If Prograis going to have to completely dominate the fight, win 9 rounds, or stop him. Is it possible for Prograis to win 9 rounds if he doesn't stop him? That's a tall task. You
think he has the cards against him?
That's a good
question. Of course he does. Of course he does. They don't want
it's up to him to make sure. It's up to him to make sure that he takes it out of the judge's hands. Like Timothy Bradley said today, and he sparred Crawford, like he said, more times than I can remember. In fact, it was Timothy Bradley who introduced Crawford to Bob Arum. He had no manager. He had nothing. Timothy Bradley was getting ready, I think, for the pro. I forget who he was getting ready for. He said, but and he was going through sparring partners like, get out of here. This kid I'm not getting anything from this dude. So he was going through and they brought in this skinny fucking kid from Nebraska. And Bradley's like, he whooped my ass. Like, this fucking was unbelievable. Had no management, blah, blah, blah. So he got it to him. And what he said about him today was like, he knew, because he talked to him all the way up the company's like, he said, I'm not letting this go to the judges. I know I can't. And Timothy said, without a doubt, he believes that he could have got him out of there by the 3rd or 4th round, that he purposely punished him. He says, I believe that wholeheartedly. He was holding back his punches, and he was deliberately beating him up.
Let me ask this.
What's that?
Let me ask.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm sorry about that.
Let me ask
He's
this.
probably going to bring up the fact that it's ironic that he's saying that, not to go to the judges when he got a robbery against Manny.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, it's because you're not a power puncher.
Yeah, now let me say this because we're running out of time here. Somebody else, I think it was Frank, or I forget, when we were talking about pound for pound list, and somebody said that they consider star power into the pound for pound list, which again, that's his subjective criteria, whatever. But what do you think about Devin Haney? Because again, he got the gift over Lomachenko, which means he's the establishment that the establishment wants him to win. You got to wonder why they would do that. And then on top of that, you do see what do you think about his star power here in this video? I'm sharing the screen with you guys, so you let me know what you think about this video here.
I think Devin is an interesting proposition because he got the win over Lomachenko, even though I think he robbed him. But he's not horrible. Like,
you
he's better than me. I think he's better if he actually fights. What's up?
Are you watching the video? Because I asked the question.
Oh no, I'm not. You're on a video. My bad.
Yeah. Just watch the screen that I'm sharing here on the Discord, and you tell me about Devin Haney's star power here.
Stay away from the car, please.
What's up, champ? We got some fans out here for you,
what
champ.
The
What's
hell?
happening with you?
He's flashing the light like his fucking cameras and shit.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, he had to make way for the champ because there were just people swarming him.
The girl looked over her shoulder like, fucking, who are you? I mean, they went and actually got the doorman. Some picture of him. He got his car. The valet brought his car, and then he waited out in the distance. He waited out in the back. Okay, so get the biggest guy you can, the stuttering buffoon, put a strobe light in his ear. Security. Yeah, clear the way. And everybody's like, clear the way. There's nobody there. Then he's got one kid he probably paid to fucking go find people to bring up to me. I got some people here for you, champ, some fans here. And I think it was like that one little kid. That fucking video, if it doesn't explain everything, like seriously, nobody knows who the fuck he is. Nobody cared who he was. Oh, it's such a joke.
You know why, bro? It's because hold on. Let me say this, bro. You know why? Because Floyd Mayweather caught lightning in the bottle, bro. He caught the American psychology of talking smack, not fighting, and winning by points. So you always want to see that guy lose and talk all that smack. These guys, want to emulate the fighting style as far as winning by points, but they don't talk that smack. They don't antagonize people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand. Like they think just because they box and win by points, you're gonna get a big stardom, but they're not, bro. You have to either knock dudes out, or you gotta antagonize people, bro. That's
well,
it.
that's where the loss in viewership for professional boxing comes into play. Like MMA's kind of surpassed that because of blood on the fucking canvas. You know, people want to see like fucking ultra violence. You're not gonna get that from a guy like fucking Haney, from Devin Haney. No, he's wasting his money on all that jewelry for a fact. That's a fact. Number one,
You either gotta knock people out or get knocked out, and that's it.
If Haney had any self-respect, like boxers of old, they cared what fans thought and they cared about perception because they knew perception is reality, they would have ran that shit right back. The fact that you're getting booed in your own hometown, that Lomachenko took over that city, and every media person, any credible member of the media, all these fighters are going, that was a robbery. Anybody with the self-respect, right? Any self-respect would have said, yeah, we're going to run this shit back. Man, I can't leave here. Everybody thinks I lost this fight. Nope. Right there. Guy is a clown.
Dude,
whatever respect I have for that fucking dude is gone.
Didn't this guy meet a girl in a month? Within a month, he married her.
What?
That's fucking Instagram bimbo who shows her ass.
Hey, let me tell you this, bro. Devin Haney gets booed everywhere, bro, and he thinks it's because it's racism. It's not. It's because of the way you fight. Everybody cheered for Mike Tyson, dudes that knock people out, bro. If you fight to win by points, nobody's gonna root for you, bro. When he was at the Chocolatito Ray Martinez fight, when they showed him on camera, everybody booed him, bro. It's because nobody wants to see that shit. Nobody wants to see that shit, bro.
Bro, the entertainment value is very fucking low on the spectrum. Like low on the spectrum with this guy. So like, why should people people get like a fan base through ultra violence? Mike will always have that. Iron Mike will always have that.
Well, that's an interesting.
Exactly,
absolutely.
bro.
Now, let me say this, fellas. We gotta go, man. We've been on here for 4 hours, but we took down a couple of pound for pound lists. It was a good discussion about that. What else was gonna say? Shout out to everybody that donated the super chat, everybody that called in beforehand, everybody that jumped on here on the panel. Talking about the Slugmeister, Slugger Sam, Rick Star, Pudo in the house as well. Pudo, Mirage, Jimmy, Jorson Medina, Earl Stevens, Amok, and other people that I forgot. But thank you guys. You guys know who you are. Thank you for joining us. And I suppose we'll catch you on the next one, fellas. Take it easy again.
All right, God bless.
All right, take it easy, fellas.
Later.
Yo, peace to the Mideast.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you. I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time. I'm disappointed in